That was a really big one that I always get lost in, I feel
That was
like.
a really big one that I always get lost in. I feel
That was
like.
a really big one that I always
Ooh,
get lost in, I feel
that was
like.
a really big one that I always
Ooh,
get lost in. I
I have
feel
an
like.
echo. Hold on a second.
I always get lost in.
Okay, I fixed it. There's like a weird setting in OBS where when I start it, when I start talking, if I forget to uncheck it, it's like an endless echo of my own voice back at me.
What the heck?
And then the more
Never
I
seen
talk,
that
the more it
before.
continues. Yeah, it's really fucking weird. All right. So, I guess, do you want to do a quick intro of your new character, Glassy, even though the party hasn't met you yet, just so they get an idea?
Um, yeah, so her name is Briar Bellefont. She uh, is the bastard child of an Acrossi noble. Minor one, just no one important. Um, ended up running away from home due to abuse and became a pirate. Uh, I don't know how to do
I mean,
intros ever.
that's pretty solid right there. I think that's early enough of an intro.
Yeah,
We'll learn more later.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, so will I.
True.
But yeah, we're starting out today on the Theros. So we are back to before the events of session one, before that original meeting took place. Briar, being mainly a part of Ripley Vance's crew, you've been sort of summoned by Ripley to meet with her in advance of this meeting to sort of discuss what's going on and the actions you guys are going to take place. Um, Now, you can head right there if you'd like. You've got a little bit of time. You got like 15, 20 minutes if you want to check anything else out aboard the ship in this time.
Uh,
Or you could just roll straight up to the meeting and wait for Ripley. But you do have a little bit of time in case you wanted to investigate anything or anything that you'd like to explore.
Man, do I? Um, what time of day did all of this happen?
It's heading towards evening time, so the sun's starting to go down.
Okay. Um, I'm assuming there's probably multiple bars, but I would like to go to a bar that's probably like a main haunt and just have, well, no, only 15, 20 minutes. It's not too long. Yeah, one very small,
Yeah,
quick drink.
you can stop in for a drink for sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And just kind of want to get the vibe because knowing that there's a meeting happening, does it seem like other people are getting kind of like chatty or on edge with things? What's the atmosphere? Who's there?
Okay. So you know of a place called the Black Barnacle that your friend Katira Lazar tends bar at. So
Okay.
you can head there without any problems.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you head in. Everything's pretty quiet. There's not a whole lot of people in here. I'm gonna give you a couple. Your friend Katira is behind the bar, and there's a couple people that you see. I want to remove the names of these really quick. Actually, I don't really have to. It doesn't matter because you don't know who they are anyway.
Yeah, that's fine.
So this woman, somebody you've seen around the ship, but you're not really familiar with her at all. She's sitting at the bar drinking. Off on the opposite side, there's only one table that has anybody sitting at it, and there's a dwarf and a furbolg woman sitting drinking together. It is these characters.
Okay.
Aside from that, the tavern is completely empty.
So not a lot of people. And is that kind of unusual for this time of day with this place?
Very unusual.
Okay. Um, I'll comment to Katira a little quiet for a normal evening.
Yep. She leans forward. Yeah, a lot going on tonight. I'm
That there is.
sure you heard about things.
I have. Are you
Well,
planning to close up shop early at all, or will you be here?
no, I'll be open throughout. Hopefully, things stay calm, things stay quiet. But should everything take a turn, I'd rather just lock my doors and stay in here.
Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
I don't think it will. Now, what can I do for you
How
now?
glass of wine. Red.
She pours it for you.
How far away is the one table?
Just a couple tables back, so probably about 30 feet.
Can I hear anything?
They're talking pretty whispered. You sort of just hear
Okay.
hushed whispers.
What's the other person at the bar doing?
Just drinking. She sort of noted you when you sat down, ordered your drink, but seems to be minding her own business.
All right. I'll also mind my business. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I'm I'm trying to think like what's my goal? What's my purpose? What am I
Sure.
trying to do?
Yeah, you get a little bit of
And I
time.
feel like I kind of got what I wanted out of it, with just noting that the atmosphere is pretty stiff, nobody's around. It's probably going to be a lot of people involved in this. Um, so I'm just gonna have my drink and pack up.
Okay. So, before you finish your drink, welcome back, Gouda. Before you finish your drink, the green haired woman, sitting just a couple stools down from you, gets up, pops her currency on the counter, nods to Katira, and leaves.
Okay. Um, assuming I didn't have too large of a glass, I'll
I'm back.
finish my drink and follow suit. And then I'm curious to see what direction she's heading out if I can see her.
It looks like she takes a right turn after she leaves the tavern.
And if I'm heading towards the Ripley meeting, would I be taking a right?
No, you'd be going the opposite
No.
direction.
Okay. What's
That's
happening to the right?
towards the back of the ship and where you know the primary meeting to be taking place down in that direction somewhere.
Got it. So I've seen her around, but I don't know who she is.
Right. Yeah, you definitely recognize her. Somebody that's pretty active on the crew for a number of years. You know, you've been on the ship for a long time, so you've seen her face, but otherwise you're not 100% sure.
Okay.
So you,
Um, if I hadn't already left the bar, I'd want to ask Katira what her name is, but I'm not going back in there to ask that. Um,
did you leave? You haven't left yet.
oh, so I just watched her walk out the door and go to the right.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Um, then I'll kind of nod my head towards the door, and ask. Seen her around, but I've never actually interacted with her. What's her name?
Oh, that one, Nia Rosa. She's dangerous. Works with Desma, Galen Desma.
All right. Well, a couple of dangerous people. Can assume that they're planning something.
Usually are.
She doesn't come in here often, does she?
No, can't say I've seen her in several months.
Also, my brain stopped taking notes for a second, and I already forgot what her name is.
Nia Rosa. It's NEA dash ROSA.
Okay, Nia Rosa. Been a couple months.
At least.
How, for my frame of reference, how long ago did the first mate disappear?
About a month ago.
Okay. So, hasn't been that long. Um, do Galen's folks usually hang out at this bar?
No, can't say that they do. Some of his underlings hang out here every now and then. None of his top people.
Okay. Curious she'd stop by tonight then, of all nights.
Yeah, she must have business this area of the ship, I'd imagine.
Right. Well, I do too, so short night tonight.
Uh,
And I shall also pay.
okay. She says, she looks at you, hey, look out there, be careful. Watch your back.
Same to you. Don't hesitate to lock up the doors if something does happen.
Burbog takes a glance at you as you leave. Um, exiting out the right-hand side, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy. Love that as a first roll. What's my thing? That is 13.
Okay. Second you come outside, you hear a whoosh. Sounds like a blade's coming at you. You're able to sort of deftly step aside, and you see your pal Frederick grinning at you. It's like, almost got you that time.
Yeah, you fucking did.
Yeah, one too many drinks tonight, huh?
Only one.
Only one. Well, that was pretty slow, honestly. Reaction time could do some work.
Yeah, a little distracted. One
Uh,
of Galen's was in here.
like Galen's. Which one of those idiots?
Nia Rosa.
Uh,
According to Katira, she's pretty dangerous.
some
Can't
kind of
say I know much about her.
merc, as far as I know.
She looked like one.
Yeah, I don't know how close she is with Galen, but I know she works with him. I'm pretty sure she's in it for the money. I'm sure she's getting paid well for whatever's going down tonight.
Interesting. Curious to see how much of tonight's going to be passion versus work.
Well, I'll say a good combination of both. Anyway, you ready to see what the boss wants?
Let's head out.
He nods and moves off through the ship. So you know the route. It's a pretty simple route. You stay above deck as you're on your way. It's a room pretty close to where Ripley is usually quartered up. Sort of a little conference room that you guys often use to make plans, meet up, discuss activity, things like that. Moving through the ship, you definitely notice things are pretty tense. You don't really see anybody of note as you pass through, but you do see, a lot of members of the crew and faces that you recognize but you don't know personally. Uh, all of them seem to be in discussion, in heated discussion. You notice most people are heading back the way you came. Not a lot of people are heading up ship like you are.
Okay. And would I have heard of the other meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's rumors been circulating like for last couple days basically that this was going to happen.
Okay. Uh, I'll just kind of make note of the faces I see going by.
Okay.
If I recognize any, just kind of note that. And I know they're like a lot of vaguely familiar people without really knowing. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, and just keep walking with my friend.
Okay. So you make it through the upper decks, through some of the more open areas. You pass through a couple small alleyways, and you move into what is the more elite crew quarters on this side of the ship. There's a couple different ones, but this is on this side of the ship is sort of where Ripley is stationed at most of the time and has a lot of her subordinates.
Okay.
Moving into the area, there's virtually nobody in here, which is pretty strange. There's a lot of officers usually hanging out in these areas, but there's nobody here at the moment. Frederick notices it, looks around, and says, "Kind of quiet, don't you think?"
Yeah. Can't say I care for it.
Yeah, it's not my favorite setting. He continues moving up the stairs.
So there's nobody else around?
Nobody else around.
Okay. Does anything else look odd, or is it just empty?
Roll investigation.
Wow, I'm doing real good right now. That's another 13. Different numbers though.
Yeah, glancing around, you try to take in the setting. You really don't notice anything too amiss. Uh, Again, it's very empty and unsettling.
Okay. Keep moving through.
Okay. So you move up the stairs. Around two more staircases go up to the upper level, down a hallway to where you know the conference room to be. Um, Outside the room, you do see a couple known associates of Ripley. You see. Second while I get the images up for you. So you see Shalir, which you know is immediately Ripley's right hand.
Mhm.
There's a gentleman that you don't recognize that's just leaving the room. I'm going to give you an image of him as well. It's a half-orc gentleman. He sees you and sort of heads in the opposite direction as you guys are approaching. Moves past Shalir, who's standing outside the door. Shalir nods and motions for you guys to follow her inside when you arrive.
Okay. As we're walking in, I want to lower my voice for Frederick and say, "Do you recognize him?"
Can't say I do.
Hmm.
Yeah, a little strange.
A lot of strange things tonight.
Well, hopefully Vance has something planned.
She usually does. I trust her.
Well, after you, Sarah steps aside and motions for you to go in.
God, I feel like he's gonna pull some shit. Give him a stink eye, like a not stink eye, but like the kind of suspicious, playful, wary, and then walk through.
He just smirks at you. Moving inside the room, you see Hala Demos, somebody that you recognize as one of Ripley's top lieutenants. Leads a cavalry group. Shalir moves into the room and sits down. You also see Lael Odion and Ella Iacobos.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put their images into this as well, so everybody knows who we're working with. There's Lael. There's Ella, if it'll upload. And last. Oh, no, I think I got everybody. Yeah.
They all look so cool.
Right?
Ripley's got a cool crew. And you see Ripley, she's sitting with her feet kicked up in the back of the room at the head of a long table. As you guys enter, she gets a little more official, sits down, leans up. Everybody sits up around the table as well. Ripley nods to you. Is like, assume you all know why you're here. I'm gonna put Ripley's image in the chat as well.
I'll nod, but not say anything.
Okay. Yeah, she looks around the room, specifically at Shale, and motions for her, and she closes the door. You notice she stands outside, just maybe to stand guard. She says, "All right, so I assume you know the rumors are there's going to be mutiny tonight." Frederick started giggles and smirks to himself. He's like, "Who really is stupid enough to go after the captain?" Hala sort of pipes up. She's like, "You know, Galen's not too smart. He's just burly, and he's got enough strength to do it."
The words out of my mouth.
Ella laughs as well, and she kicks her feet up on the table, takes her sword out, lays it on the table. She's like, "Look, just tell me who to cut. I'll take care of it." Ripley stops her. She says, "No, I have something else in mind. So I don't really want to take sides in this. I don't know how you guys feel." She looks to Frederick. What do you think? Frederick sort of sits back for a moment, collects himself. It takes in everybody's faces. Says, "You know, I trust the captain for everything that's gone down these last couple weeks or so. I do trust the man. I think whatever he's up to, if it's dangerous to anybody, to the crew, to us, he's doing it for a good reason." Uh,
Can we be certain that he's himself?
well, I mean, I think so. What do you think?
I trust him as well. I think he's too smart to truly be taken advantage of. But I don't trust whoever showed up with him after the first mate disappeared.
Nah, I don't trust that guy either. Absolutely not. Ella speaks up as well. She's like, yeah. Gotta say, don't know too much about him. I don't like that. Pretty much everybody that's ever come aboard this ship, we know him.
And so why is the captain giving him special treatment? Why is he retreated with him? That's what I don't trust.
Frederick leans forward, crosses his arms. I assume he's got something the captain wants or needs. Ripley
So what
leans.
do we do?
Ripley leans back. So this is what I'd like to do. I'm gonna have a couple of you post out in front of the captain's chambers. Keep an eye on things. I know Galen's most likely gonna make a move. I got to go down to this meeting with him. But whatever happens in that room, I want you guys to be ready. So if he comes charging up trying to get in that door, I want a couple of you to block him in. Now she motions to you and Lael, Briar.
Okay.
So you two, I got something else in mind. How do you feel about being a little sneaky tonight?
Sounds fun. Why not?
Just so happens I know of a possible way to get into the captain's chambers. A secret way. Something that's built into the ship a long time ago. I don't think anybody's used in a long time or has any reason to use. But say I give you that information. Think two of you can sneak in, get close, find out what's going on in there?
I'll look to Lael and grin and kind of give her a nod. What do you think?
Uh, he leans back, stretches his arms out, sort of gives like a mock athletic stretch. Yeah, I could stretch my legs in a stealthy manner. We might piss off the captain. He looks to Ripley. Ripley says, "Yeah, well, I think that's a small price to pay, depending on the information you find out. Maybe you can determine if we actually need to do this or not before they actually take any sort of violent action against him, you know?" Lael nods,
And then,
sits back.
yeah, let's do it.
All right. Ripley stands up. Says, "Look, I don't know exactly how things are going to go. If things do turn to violence, I'd like us all to meet up here after we're successful in whatever we're doing. She points to Ella and Frederick. Two of you, I want you to go with Shalir. I want you to make sure you post up around the captain's quarters on the west side. Monitor the room. Don't let anybody over. And if you see Galen coming through, make a gut call and decide what you want to do. They nod, stand up. Lael stands up as well. And Briar?
Yep, I'll stand up with him.
Okay. Ripley nods to all of you. Says, look, you've all worked with me for a long time. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I think we just need to play it smart and keep to our own loyalties for now. Understood?
As far as, so this is where I need to kind of check myself.
Okay.
Is Gideon a like pretty prominent faction of between like the Galen, Ripley,
Yes.
Gideon? Okay, so it's not weird to think of him. So I do want to ask either while people are dispersing or before people disperse, like where's Gideon in all this?
Who are you
What are his
asking?
people doing?
Just asking in general?
Uh, actually, before we disperse, I want to ask Ripley.
Okay. She nods to you. She's like, Gideon's a goody-goody. I assume he's going to take the side of the captain, defend the ship, protect against mutiny at all cost. I don't think he's going to think twice about the possibilities of any other action being taken place. Anything else that might go wrong, I don't think he's going to distrust the captain for a moment. I assume he's just going to blindly follow orders and defend the ship, defend the captain. Now, I'm not saying that's not going to put us in contest with him, because if we deem it necessary and the captain is under the influence or otherwise not himself and leading us into danger, doing something that's going to cause us some means of harm, then we're going to take action. Maybe we'll side with Galen on this, but if Gideon gets in the way in that situation, we'll have to fight him. But then, if the two of you find something in there that might give us reason to stand up for Savas, then that's what we'll do. I just think we need more information.
Absolutely. We'll get it. And I'm good to go now.
Okay. You notice she stays behind with Hala in the room as everybody separates. As you guys exit, Shalir steps aside, nods at everybody as they pass by. Ella and Frederick move down the hallway in the opposite direction. They nod to the two of you, say, hey, watch your backs. I don't know if anybody's been inside those captain's chambers in my entire time on this ship, and that's been a long time.
Well, excited to be the first one you know of then.
Yeah, he may not be too happy. You might get your reaction time a little better than it was earlier, huh?
You've got me primed. We're good now.
He laughs. He's like, yeah, you want to check your back, and walks off with Ella.
All right, I will. What for Lil and I did Ripley say how we were getting that information? Are we sticking around? What are we doing?
Layla is talking to Shalir, and most likely is getting that information right now.
Okay, yeah, I'll go up to them.
Okay. Yeah, so Shalir is drawing a little sketch, basically, on just a small piece of fabric, handing it to Lael. So there's a couple turns you got to make, but just be careful. Don't let anybody spot you, especially when you activate the mechanism, open the door. Don't let anybody see that. Lael nods. Shalir looks to you and says, you ready for this?
As will ever be.
Well, I'll be heading into that meeting with Ripley, so don't worry. She'll be fine.
Good. Watch your back.
You too. Hopefully we all meet up on the other end without any problems. She moves back into the room with Ripley and Hala.
Okay. I would like to know what Lael knows.
Okay. So he looks at you. He shows you the fabric and hands it to you. So we got a map. Basically, we got to get below decks. So we're gonna. He points. We're gonna move back this way. Head down this staircase here. Follow this pathway along. There's a couple turns we got to make. We're gonna go past a toxic bolt, and there is some sort of mechanism on the wall. Once we find that, we pull it, open the door, access what should be some sort of tunnel that's going to lead us underneath the chambers. They don't seem to know what we're going to see past that.
Love a good mystery.
So it's up to us to find out. Yeah, hopefully it's not trapped. I assume it's going to be.
I'm sure it will be.
Sure, we can handle it.
We've got it.
I'll just stay behind you, right?
Yeah, right.
It's like, I'm kidding. Come on, let's go.
All right. And then while we're walking, I want to ask, were you in there when she was talking to that half-orc
He
fellow?
nods. Yeah, I was.
Who was that?
He didn't give a name. It's somebody that Ripley seems to know pretty well. I don't think he's been on the ship very long.
Interesting. Could you hear what they were talking about?
Seems like she had some special task for him. I think Ripley's got more worries than she gave off in that meeting.
Understandably so.
I do think she's worked with him before, so I think she's got some level of trust in the man. Aside from that, I don't know too much about him. As far as what I could gauge by looking at him and listening to him talk, seemed like he was okay.
Take your word for it.
Well, can't say if that's a good reason or not, but I guess we'll find out. If Ripley trusts him, I trust him. I'll say that much.
Agreed.
As you guys make your way out, you make your way out the same way you came in, and you move back towards the rear of the ship, towards that staircase. Anything you want to do along the way, or?
No.
Okay. So you head down the staircase. Things are pretty quiet again. There's a tabaxi. So a black furred tabaxi. Looks pretty heavily armored. That's sort of sitting at the bottom of the staircase. Notes the two of you as you walk by. Lael just nods at him and keeps moving.
I'll keep moving along with.
Okay. So you head back, towards the rear of the ship, towards the access corridors that you're looking for. It gets busier, you notice, for sure, as you move towards the back of the ship. You notice there's one individual who's a centaur that you know as Ramas. Seems to be just pacing back and forth, sort of noting things that are happening, people that are moving, watching everybody. Makes eye contact with you and Lael. Sort of notes you and then continues pacing back and forth, moving around. Otherwise,
Okay.
there's quite a few people just sort of in discussion down here. And you notice it picking up as you get towards the back of the ship. You do reach the corridor where you would have to turn and move back towards the front. Anything you wanted to hear?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Because would I know that this is the general area, like that the meeting is rumored to be happening around?
You're not quite at that area yet, but you're in the vicinity of it. You have to move a little further in towards the back of the ship and towards the center of the ship.
Okay, so it's just pretty close to that area.
Yeah, you're heading in that direction, but you're going to be turning and heading the opposite direction now if you continue going.
Okay. Yeah, just keep going. If Lael's not stopping, I'll keep going with him.
Yeah, Lael's not stopping. You do seem to notice him sort of taking in everybody that he sees, but he keeps moving, trying to be task focused.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so you move around a couple corridors through some winding areas down below decks. You move through one of the common areas and notice it's almost completely empty. There's an old lady sitting at a table with a young elf. Seem to be having a discussion. Everything else seems pretty quiet. You move through and continue on until you find the area where this mechanism is supposed to be. Lael takes note, looks around, checks corners, checks the hallways, doesn't see anybody, and nods at you. He says, "Okay, this is the spot."
I want to see if. Wait, can we see the device, or do we just know that this is where it should be?
This is where it should be. You're not sure exactly what it is.
Okay, so what are we seeing around us right now?
It's an empty corridor. There's no doorways in here. It's sort of like a pass between to move from a central residential corridor on the one side of the ship, and then in the central portion of the ship, there's a couple like cafeterias and hangout areas. This is sort of just like a little pass through hallway.
Okay, and what are the walls made of?
Just wood.
Okay.
Yep. There's some candlelight and sconces with candlelight. About 4 of them, 2 on each side.
Okay. I want to visually inspect the wood first to note if there's any like boards that seem to be of a different grain or different material, if they're inset or outset more.
Okay. Investigation.
18.
Okay. Yep. You and Lael actually seem to notice the same area simultaneously as you're sort of moving about. Um, Underneath one of the sconces, there's an area of the floorboard that's sort of warped up a ways.
Okay. And then I want to investigate that particular sconce as well to see if it looks like it has any kind of like mechanism in it or hinge or anything.
Okay. You don't have to roll for that. The sconce itself looks pretty normal.
Okay.
It's got like a candle wax drip underneath. That's about half full.
Okay. Um, so the floor is warped. What do we think?
He kneels down, reaches up to grab that particular floorboard, pulls it up. It bends a little bit, doesn't give way, and he peeks underneath. Doesn't see anything. He goes to reach his hand underneath the board, and seems like he's forcing his hand in there as hard as he can. He's like, I think there's something under here. And you hear another click, and that's the sconce rotates upside down, and the wax begins to empty and pour down the wall. But nothing happens. He pulls his hand out. He's like, any ideas?
Does it seem like the wax is heading towards anything?
It's just sort of slowly traveling down the wall.
Is there anything notable about the sconce now that it's upside down?
There seems to be a small hole in the wall that the upper portion of the sconce that was covering previously.
Oh, I would like to inspect it.
Um, just looks like a very clean cut, carved hole in the wood, about the size of a quarter.
Uh, I guess I would like to take out some thieves' tools and stick something in the hole.
Okay. Sleight of hand.
Man, these dice are not my friends right now. 11.
You do feel what seems like some sort of a mechanism, and you try to get in and around it, but you can't quite activate it.
There's something in here. You want to see if you have better luck?
Yeah, I'll try. He pulls out a couple little like specialty tools that he's used in the past that you recognize. Um, So he messes around for a few seconds, isn't quite able to open it, but you hear him drop whatever tool that was that he had in his hand. You hear it clink through the wall as it falls down below, and he goes, "Ah, fuck! I've had that thing for years."
Did you just roll a 1?
Yep, he sure fucking did. Sure did.
Oh my god.
Starting
Well,
off
we know
strong.
that this is it. Can I
Hey,
try again?
yeah, you can try one more time.
Okay.
As you're doing it, Lail's like, we can just try and force it down.
Yeah, but if we don't have to, I'd rather not. All right. We're doing a little better now. Um 22.
Okay. So yeah, you mess around with your tools a bit, and you're able to sort of get a couple different holds on the inside and twist it around until you hear 2 and then 3 clicks. It sounds about right to you. You pull your tools out, and Lail takes notice of some indentations in the wall, and he gives a push forward, and that section of the wall pushes in and then slides over to the side, revealing what looks just like a very old wooden corridor.
I'd like to look around. Is anybody in the vicinity yet?
No, you don't
Nobody's
see
around?
anybody, but you do hear what sounds like shouting uh, at a distance, somewhere towards the back of the ship.
Ah, Jesus. All right, well, something's happening. We should move fast.
All right, whatever it is, let's just stay on mission. Let's get up there. Let's figure out what's going on. We'll do our best to help out Vance.
Yeah. If it no, that's not gonna do anything. Because there's no way to like. Oh, actually, no, we probably can because we already did what it has to do. Would I be able to like take a second to try and wipe some of the wax away from the wall and then turn the sconce back upright?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So I want to try to clean up the wax as best I can and then turn the sconce back upright. Um,
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Just takes you a couple minutes to do that. Lil keeps watch. He's like, all right, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. There's people coming. There's
yep,
people coming.
yep. Let's go. Let's go.
He
And close the door behind us as well.
Yep, he rushes in. So it smells really like dank down here, and the walls seem to be a little bit wet as well on the inside. Like there's
Oh,
moisture getting trapped in here somehow. He immediately
it's
sort of like crinkles his
disgusting.
nose, like, I don't know how I like this.
Yeah, I don't like
It's
it at all.
it's pretty dark, but you're both able to see well enough to move forward. It's just one long corridor, it seems.
Okay. I'd like to move at a decent pace without being loud.
Okay.
But also checking for actually, so not a decent pace. I would like to look for traps as we move through.
Okay. So you want to move carefully, is what you're saying.
Yes, I would like to move carefully.
Okay. Yeah. Lil takes the hint and also moves pretty carefully through. Um, give me 2 perception rolls.
Wow, they're both 15.
So as you pass through, Lil puts a hand up as well. He's like, hold on a second. You see him cast what looks like a small spell. He says, I think there's an alarm spell ahead.
Do you have anything for it?
Yeah, give me a second, give me a second. He falls back and he pulls something out of his bag. You see him cast another spell and then stop for a moment. He looks at you and he says, I think it's okay.
Not thrilled with that confidence, but we have a mission.
Uh, you know, I do my best. I'm not the best spellcaster. It's something I picked up on the side. I'm pretty sure it worked.
I'll trust you.
He
And would like to continue carefully moving forward.
yeah, he stands up, takes a couple tentative steps forward, looks around. He's like, I think it worked. I think it worked. Keeps walking.
All right.
So you pass through. You notice a couple other just like small tripwire like traps as you travel that you're able to avoid until you come to a staircase that leads up to a small trapdoor.
Can we hear anything on the other side of the door?
You want to sort of get up there and listen underneath?
Uh, I'll look to Lael to make sure we're on the same page, and then,
He
yeah, very
nods. Yeah.
quietly move up.
Okay. He moves up with you. You can definitely hear muffled, what sounds like arguing.
And I don't suppose we recognize any of the voices.
Lael starts to, he presses his ear against there and listens really closely, and he's like, "That's definitely Savas, but I don't know the other voice."
That's got to be the first mate.
He nods at you. Yeah, I'd assume.
If there's room, I would also like to try to listen.
Okay. Roll perception.
26.
Okay. Yeah, you hear what is definitely the captain's voice. Um, sounds you can't tell exactly if it's an argument or not, but they are loudly talking. What sounds like on the far side of the chamber above you. They do sound like they're a good distance away from the trapdoor that you're underneath.
All right. Do we, to Lael ask, do we risk trying to open this?
I mean, it's that or we go back with nothing, right?
Then we keep moving.
All right. Roll stealth if you're going to open the door.
Very slightly. That is 22.
Okay. Yeah, so you both open the door on opposite sides at the same time, and you sort of peek in underneath. It seems like you're in a small office or study. Pretty narrow room. Uh, you can hear things pretty well, um, but it looks like there's just bookshelves around you.
Okay.
Lael sort of nods at you and then opens the door a little open up a little further, steps up and holds it open for you as well.
Yep, I'll move through.
Okay. He gently sets the door down as lightly as he can. Doesn't make too much noise. It seems like you're in some sort of office, but you're surrounded by bookshelves. But on the far side of the room, the sound comes through very clearly. There
Okay.
is a desk in this room as well.
Yeah, I want to give my attention to the voices first
Okay.
and hear what they're saying.
Yep. Lael moves up. He hesitantly reaches towards the bookshelf, and his hand passes through it, and he nods at you, whispers illusion. He sort of presses himself against the bookshelf on the back just to make sure that one's it's sturdy and not an illusion as well, and listens in. Are you doing the same?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can hear at a distance what sounds like from your position to the far left, the front area of the ship, in the captain chambers. You definitely hear Savas, and the first thing you hear is him shouting, like, "We have to do it now! We have to do it now! There's no other time. It has to be now. We have to go." You hear a much more hushed, darker tone, but also sort of bellowy and loud, saying, "If we go now, there's no turning back. You know that." Savas responds, "I know, and I know what it's going to mean, but they can handle it. We can handle it. It's got to happen now." You hear his footsteps sort of moving further away. Whale looks to you. So, shall we?
Oh man, give him a second. I want to. We don't want to, step out as soon as they stop talking. Um, or are you saying, shall we go back?
No. He laughs for a second. He touches himself pretty quietly. No, no going back. I'm saying, should we get a peek to see what it looks like out there?
Give it a minute. Give it a minute. And I would like to kind of search around the room.
Okay. Investigation. You're checking the shelves, the desk, or what are you looking for in particular?
So it's just shelves and desks.
Yep,
There's
just
nothing
bookshelves
else.
and a desk in the back of the room. Nothing else.
I'll start with the shelves.
Okay. You see a lot of recent works in here. A lot of these books are very new. The ink looks very new as well. There's books on some of the major policies. A lot of these are recent ledgers of occurrings and activities in the larger cities. The second shelf you look at is a lot of information on gods, and it all seems to be factual, almost scientific like information on the gods. There's books on every single one of them in here.
Interesting. I'll look at the desk next.
Okay. The desk is pretty clean. There's a lot of like script writing paper, and there's an ink well and a quill sitting next to that as well. Nothing that's been written recently. You see the captain's stamp and seal next to some wax as well. Someplace that he writes correspondences from. You can guess.
Okay. And are there drawers on the desk?
Yep, there's 2 drawers on both left and right sides of the desk.
I would like to very quickly kind of look in them.
Okay. Stealth rolls. Give me 2 stealth rolls.
Alright. One is what's 8 plus? One is 23.
Okay.
And the other is 18.
Okay. Yep. So you're able to pretty silently pull over the first one. It creaks a little bit as you open it, but not too bad. On the inside, there look to be several sealed letters.
I want to point these out to Lael.
Okay. He comes over and he nods and he picks them up, glances at them, and tucks them under his jacket.
Okay.
Nothing else
And
is
that
in
was
that drawer. So moving to the second drawer, or the second set of drawers, that is, because these are the first 2 that you open here. The second set of drawers, you open the first one, and there's a number of keys on the inside.
a
They're
number
not
of what?
of keys.
Keys.
Yeah, they're not on a key ring of any sort. There's just like a scattered assortment of maybe a dozen or so keys.
Okay. Are there any keys that seem to stand out from the rest as more notable?
Not particularly. A couple of them look older, and a little more rusted over, but for the most part, they just look sort of like skeleton type keys.
Interesting. I'm not gonna touch those ones.
Okay. Uh,
Um, Good.
Aside from that drawer, the one underneath it, the only thing in there is a brand new cut red rose.
How the hell do you get a fresh rose?
Lael sort of arcs an eyebrows. No idea.
I would like to pick it up.
Okay. Yep. Seems ordinary.
Interesting. I'm gonna put it back.
Okay.
Oh, and also just actually no. Yep, put it back, and that's it.
Okay.
All right. I think we're good. I think enough time has passed that we should be able to peek out.
Okay. Yep. While you were sort of investigating and searching around, you heard a bit of commotion out there, like something was being ricketed and messed with. But there wasn't really any conversation. You do start to feel tingly a bit, like there's like some magical energy is charging and growing.
All right.
Lael
So,
moves back over to the bookshelves, starts to He starts to lean in. He's like, "Do we go?"
It's either that or go back. Let's do it.
Right. He puts his hand on the hilt of his blade and gets into a low crouch and passes through the wall.
I'll follow
Okay.
and take direction from him as well.
So he stays really low. The second you pass through, you notice a number of beautiful display cases. A lot of artifacts scattered about in these display cases. There's weapons and armor pieces, artifacts of various kinds. Look like treasures, things that the captain might have collected over the years. Lael immediately sort of waves you over and gets behind one of these display cases, and he sort of directs you to get behind one of the ones as well nearby.
Yep, I'll do that.
Okay. Roll stealth.
27.
Okay. You hear what sounds like mumbled spellcasting. In the center of the room, it's about 50 feet from your location, in sort of an open area between where these display cases are set up, and there's dozens of these display cases in the room. You see that sort of darker cloaked figure beginning to hover above the boards of the ship. Everything on the ceiling and around you is sort of swirled with this orange and black miasmic energy that you're used to seeing from the outside, but not from the inside. From the outside, it looked pretty. The first time you saw it, it was weird, but the more you got used to it, you assumed it was just some sort of magical screen. On the inside, it looks a lot more fiery, a lot more dangerous. But you see the energy begin to swirl more chaotically and ferociously, and it starts to turn from orange to purple. The captain on the far side of the ship is messing with instrumentation. It's nothing that you've seen before. It's nothing that you've seen on any sort of like a nautical vessel before either. But it looks to be a control panel of some kind that he's messing with.
All right. I'm at a loss. I look to Lael to see what he's doing.
He's got his hand on the hilt of his blade. He's very closely watching that cloaked figure.
Yeah, I'll copy.
So he moves to the side just a little bit, Lael, and just sort of positions himself in case he has to fight. He looks to you, sort of shrugs like, "Huh?"
I want to nod back towards the room we just came out of with the bookshelf.
Okay.
Indicate. Let's go back.
Okay. He falls back really slowly. Roll stealth to get back into that room. Nice. Lael is stealthy as fuck.
You know how we joked that I might die before I reach them?
Did you just roll a 1?
I rolled a 1.
Oh no. I hope you have your next character ready.
Oh, motherfucker.
You spin around, and you attempt to move out, but your elbow catches the side of one of the display cases, and the glass teeters back and forth for a moment before it just falls completely over, and it's this resounding smash of glass shattering on the ground.
Just not trying to hide at this point. Run back into the illusion.
Okay. Lael pauses for a second, make sure that you get inside, and then he goes back in as well. You hear it.
And I would like to run straight for the trap door.
You just open it up and go inside?
Yep.
Better get out of there.
Okay. You hear a roar from the outside, and you feel a gust of something push through the illusionary wall as you sort of dive below into the staircase. Lael hops down behind you. He's like, "What do you do? What are you doing? Where are we going?"
Oh, fucking no. I knocked something off one of the display cases. You were there. You saw it. I don't want to fucking mess with that.
Should we just leave? What are we gonna do? He's sort of
What
like,
do you want to do?
he's underneath the trapdoor, holding it in place at the moment. He's like, I thinks to himself for a moment, goes up, opens the door and peeks out for a second. It's like, looks clear.
if we okay, yep, I'll wait. I'll wait 5 seconds. If 5 seconds passes and nothing happens, I'll wait 5 more.
5 seconds passes. You hear footsteps above. Lael gets down immediately. Continues to hold the trapdoor, and he motions for you to come over and help.
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay. So you move over to the opposite side of the door and you hold it down. Roll strength for me very quickly.
Oh. Oh, thank God. 18.
Okay. So you hear steps.
I have a -1 and rolled a 19.
You hear steps above. There's a bit of clatter. They pass directly over the trapdoor and move towards the desk. Um, it's silent for a second, and you see Lael start to calm down for a moment, but then you feel a sharp tug on the door, and you're able to hold it down, keep it held. And one more sharp tug almost yanks you up with it, but you're able to maintain it. You hear a sort of a huff from above, and then the footsteps fade back out into the main room.
Alright, I don't know if I want to fuck with this anymore. We know that they're casting some kind of spell. We know that they're planning something. He said that we can handle it. What the fuck does that mean?
Lael looks at you. I don't know. It sounds like he's serious, whatever it is. It sounds like. I don't know that I want to say he sounded scared, but whatever it was, it sounded important.
Can I do a retroactive insight on how I thought the captain was feeling?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
It's fine if not to.
No, you can think back on it basically and try to gauge it.
13.
Hard to say. The captain himself, he sounded like his usual sort of prideful, boisterous self, but there was a hint of urgency to it for sure.
Okay. I'll ask Lael, do you think we can get more out of this, or should we go tell Ripley?
Lael looks back and he's, I don't know what's going on, but if it does get dangerous and it needs to be stopped, we may be the only ones that can do it. If you want to go back, I'll go back with you, but I don't know. By the time we get back and tell anybody, maybe it'll all be over.
Yeah. You're right. Let's go back. Or not go back, but let's go back in.
He nods at you. He very carefully and cautiously pops the trap door open. Looks around and nods to you, so I think it's clear.
Yeah, I'll go back up. Help
Okay.
him with the door, make sure it's quiet.
Yep. You hear outside of that room, and again, it's starting to sort of swirl chaotically with magical energy in here as you step back up. He lowers the trap door, and you see him immediately stop and stare blank faced at the desk behind you.
Oh no. I'll slowly turn and look.
Sitting on the desk, standing there with a bow staff in a small orange hood, is this little blue creature. He's less than a foot tall. I'm going to give you an image, and he's just standing there staring at you with his bow staff drawn. Lael looks at you, looks back at this creature who's just staring unblinkingly at the both of you.
Hello?
Intruders. Lael he steps back, he moves his hand towards his blade, but he doesn't quite grip it. He says, we just had something to drink. We got a little lost looking for the bathroom. He's not very convincing.
A likely story.
Oh, man. I. Um. How do we know you're not the intruder?
He pulls his bow staff out, does a couple quick flourishes with it. Says, I am the defender of this chamber in the Great Savaz. You will go no further. You are prisoners here.
Does it feel like anything has changed in the room?
You feel like that swirl of energy, like the chaotic energy. But otherwise, nothing else has changed.
All right. Also, this is side note thing. I feel bad. This has been an hour and 20 minutes intro.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a way I have it set up. So what's your move? You still there, Lassie? Uh-oh.
The answer to that.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. Sure love Discord. It's great.
But yeah, we're good. This is not going on much longer, and the way it's going to be set up is you're going to have some downtime while we roll with them, and then things are going to go.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. How big is this thing?
He's less than a foot tall. He's a pretty tiny little guy.
Can I grapple it and cover its mouth?
You just want to like lunge and grab at him? Is that what your plan?
So it seems like Lael is about ready to fight this thing, yeah?
He seems like he's ready to if he has to, but he's not quite sure what he's looking at.
Okay. So no, I'm not gonna do that quite yet. And I'll play along and say, all right, we'll go no further. We're imprisoned here. What now?
He draws his bow staff back as if he's about to attack, and Lael puts a hand up. He says, "Hey! We're here to defend the captain. I just didn't know if I could trust you." Little creature looks to him, settles back just a little bit. He says, "How do I know you're here to defend the captain? Captain said those seek to kill him are on their way."
Because there is a group that seeks to kill him on their way. We're trying to avoid that, intercept them. We don't know which way they're coming from. They're going to try to come directly through the front door, I'd assume, but who knows if they have alternative methods.
He hops off the desk, moves around to sort of like circle around you to get in front of that illusionary bookshelf. You just gonna let him do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Lael does as well. He sort of just cautiously backs up, casts it like a side eye at you, like, what the fuck?
So if you're here to protect the captain, does that mean that you trust this new first mate?
He stops for a moment. Says, "What do you know of this person?"
What do I know of this person?
Nothing.
Okay. Fair enough. Nothing, which is why we don't trust him.
Roll persuasion.
Persuasion. Ooh, nice. That's 27.
Okay. He steps back a little bit. You see him. He moves himself up to that bookshelf and leans back and looks out into the room. So you see half of him disappear for a moment. You're just gonna wait.
Yeah, I'll look at Lael. Also be like, what the fuck?
He leans back into the room. He says, "I do not trust this man."
So if you've been in here, does that mean that you've heard what they're plotting?
It's no plot.
Then what are they doing right now?
The captain means to go on another adventure.
And what is this figure doing to help him?
He leans back again and peers into the room. Disappears for a moment. Just most of himself disappears into that room. Leans back in. Says, "You say that you're here to defend the captain?"
Yes. We've both been here for quite some time on this ship. We trust him.
While you're discussing it, you hear a shout come from outside. from Savas. Says, "It's time! It's time! Let's go!"
Okay.
Little guy looks startled at the sound. Says, "Look, I don't know if I can trust you. If you try anything, I'll kill you both. You understand?" Points his
Understood.
bow staff at the both of you. Lael raises his hands like, "Hey, I'm not here to do anything or hurt anybody, but if defending the captain is the right move, we're here to support you." Little creature narrows his eyes at the both of you, but he seems like he trusts you for the moment. Says, "Look, follow me," and he steps back to the bookshelf. Lael looks at you. He's like, do we follow him?"
Yeah, let's do it. I would like to try to be quieter about it.
So you step through, and immediately you notice that little creature has hopped up on top of one of the display cases. He seems to be peering at the cloaked individual. Savas has a large shield and a glowing blade drawn. He's in the center of the room. The creature in front of you points his bow staff at that cloaked figure. He says, "Villain!" Savas looks to him and says, "Fabio, not now," but he sees you as he looks.
Name is Fabio. I love him.
He looks to you and Lael. Says, "We have guests, do we?" The cloaked figure, who is now seemingly channeling the energy from around the room into his fingertips and rising slowly up towards the top of the dome that you're inside, looks to Savas and says, "Do not mind with them. We have things to do." Little creature that you now know is named Fabio says, "Savas, don't let him do it." Savas grins at him, says, "Don't worry, my friend. I'll be back." And he gets down in a really low crouch and then leaps up through the sky. You hear that crash, and a bit of glass crash down from underneath as that cloaked figure rises up as well towards the hole in the ceiling.
Fuck.
Do you want to
What
do
the hell
anything
do we
here?
do?
Lael, did you say that to Lael?
Yeah.
He looks at you. He draws his weapon. Says, I think we should strike with the creature."
All right.
He doesn't look sure about himself.
What's the creature doing?
He looks like he's preparing an attack. He's leaned back and he's preparing an attack.
I mean, these ceilings are tall as hell, aren't they?
Yeah, the creature's about 90 feet up. The cloaked individual, like rising towards that hole that Savas made. He's still
I don't
gathering
have
all his energy about
magic.
him.
So is the hole in the center, or does it seem like it's towards the side?
Yeah, it's about in the center of the room.
I'll follow their lead, but I don't think I can do anything without magic.
So the creature himself just leaps into the air, seemingly throwing himself much further than normal physical attributes would allow, and latches onto the back of the cloaked figure as it rises up and disappears out of the hole below. But you see for a moment a bit of a spell cast, and there's a swirling energy that appears down from the hole that was made in the ceiling as something is being conjured or cast. Lael starts to fall back, looks to you. It's like, any ideas here?
Crash out.
So you start to see something take form. You see first the shape of a very dark-skinned humanoid with white robes and gold adornments. It has eyes at first that glow orange, and what looks like orange flames begin to mount out of its back. Lael steps towards the creature hesitantly, looks to you. Says, do we
Fight
fight
it.
or do we run?
Fight.
All right. He draws his weapon. Roll a quick initiative. This is going to be more of a flow fight, but I still want to do an initiative quick for the start.
Very classy.
And
I'm
gonna
doing
give
my
you...
best to do it.
Yeah.
17.
Okay. And let me roll this guy, and I need to get his image for you. Okay. All right, so you actually have the first action. The creature itself has a flaming blade. It's on one knee at the moment, sort of tucked into itself. I'll have an image for you in just a second.
So I will draw my rapier and damn, this is intimidating. All right.
Yeah, you start to see those wings of flame starts to burst out of its back, and it does form a halo. It has no mouth, but lightly glowing eyes.
Is it flanked or is there no one within 5 feet of me? Either one.
It's not currently flanked, no.
All right, so I want to move so that there's nobody within 5 feet of me.
Okay.
And approach it to attack.
Okay. What you got?
All right. Oh boy, that's a whole 11.
Are you just rolling a melee attack?
Yep.
Okay, that did not hit.
Yep.
The creature sort of just avoids your attack deftly as it steps to the side. Lael takes the second strike. He attacks twice. Swings with his blade, and then sort of cuts into his training and uses an additional ability to throw another attack. He hits twice. Does some damage on the creature as it avoids your attack and sort of crashes into him. The creature itself swings back and attacks now. Reaches out towards Lael, and you see Lael start to catch fire in the upper portion of his armor. Take a bit of damage as he stumbles backwards. What would you like to do? You
I
want
want
to
to keep attacking it. And also, well, actually, no. I want to try to use panache and yell like, "Oi, over here!" and try to like get his attention, and then he'll be locked on me.
Okay.
Persuasion check contested against his insight.
What's your roll?
26.
Well, he rolled a 4, so.
Oh, it's also actually a 27 because I have an 11 persuasion, not a 10.
Well, he rolled a 4. So.
Yeah, so the
And
target
he's
has
locked on you?
disadvantage on attacks against targets other than me, and he can't take opportunity attacks against targets other than me either.
Okay. And that's your move?
And I would also like to disengage as a bonus action.
Okay, sure.
I mean, would that just draw him away?
Yeah, if you want to move away and draw his attention.
Yeah.
Okay, which way do you want to move?
Deeper into the room.
Okay, towards the front of the ship?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sort of have to dodge around a couple of these artifact display cases. But you're able to sort of pull back. The creature slowly meanders and follows you. Lael uses the opportunity to make 2 more attacks. One of them is a nat 20. Hits extremely hard as he strikes the creature in its back, sort of between the wingspan. And he cuts in low and makes another strike down towards its lower back. Cuts in pretty deep. The creature attempts to maintain focus on you, but still retaliates. Sort of swings back towards Lael with one strike, and then makes another attack at you. His attack at Lael connects. He does some damage as that burning blade sort of strikes Lael and forces him back a couple steps. And then he swings back and throws another attack at you with the sword. The sword lights up a bit brighter. What's your AC on Briar?
16.
Connects. And you take 14 damage from the strike.
Okay.
Your turn.
I'll try another attack. Nothing within 5 feet of me. And that time it is a 22.
That's hit.
All right. So that is a 1d8 plus 5d6. $21 damage.
Okay. So he takes a hit to the chest. It's almost back just a second. In these moments, you start to hear a lot of chaos forming at the back end of the room towards the entryway to the chamber. You hear it just banging into the glass. You hear something large and heavy crash into the glass on the outside, and you feel the whole room sort of reverberate. Make a dexterity saving throw. Oof.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So the entire ship rocks off to the side. You're able to grab onto one of the display cases and hold yourself on, but Lael is sent tumbling towards the back side of the room and into one of the shelves along the edge. Loses his footing completely from the force of it. You're noticing that energy that is now turned almost entirely purple is starting to get pulled out of the room and up towards that hole in the ceiling. You're starting to see it dissipate, and you're seeing that sort of frosted glass of the dome behind it. Lael gets back up, puts his sword away, draws a hand crossbow, and takes a shot and connects with the creature. Does a little bit of damage, strikes at the upper right-hand shoulder as well. The creature retaliates at you, making 2 swings with his blade. But you're able to avoid both. It's your turn.
I'm gonna yell to Lael, do we keep fighting this thing or do we run?
He's sort of just maneuvering around some of the display cases to try and get a better attack on this guy now. He says, I don't know, can we even get away from it?
We can try? Because it doesn't seem like this thing is, like, hurting too much, does it?
No.
Yeah, not at all.
He motions to you. Lael says, I have an idea, get over here.
I go over there.
Okay, so using your movement, you reach up, you link up with him. He places a hand on you and casts Fly.
Oh, thank God.
He looks at you. He says, look, I'll handle this thing. I'm going to take him through the illusionary wall. I'm going to take him into the tunnel, see if I can distract him and get him out of here. You get up out that hole and figure out what's going on up top.
You better not fucking die.
Impossible. I've been through worse than this. Just go.
Not hard to believe, but I'll trust him. I'll go.
He takes a couple more shots with the hand crossbow as he makes a run towards that illusory wall. You see him disappear behind it. The creature is pretty well locked on him and moves off towards that shelf. You want to just fly up through the hole?
Yep.
Okay. So flying up through the hole, there's another rock again as the ship. You see it completely thrown in the opposite direction as the scene sort of unfolds around you. That cloaked figure is directly above you, channeling that purple miasmic energy. You see the captain out towards the front of the ship, and he has apparently just started charging forward. Getting the view of it, you see the massive face of what you know, Meta is Keranos. Briar is just seeing this massive face cloaked in storm and lightning that the captain is now charging towards. On the opposite end, looking towards the back of the ship, you see the chaos and commotion of battle as there's a line of individuals trying to fight their way against the stream of what you assume are mutineers trying to burst their way into the chamber. You also see the form of a large gorilla climbing up the dome, attempting to make purchase.
I would like to attack the cloaked figure. I mean, this is all futile. This is locked.
There's a couple things you can do here. If you you still have some influence. Your character still has some influence here. I left a couple openings for these sorts of things.
Okay. Yeah, I want to attack the cloaked figure.
Okay. How do you want to do it?
Can I fight in midair with fly?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a rapier attack.
So you want to fly up closer?
Yeah, I want to fly up close to him. And I'd have to get within 5 feet of him.
Okay.
And I think rakish audacity still works. There's nobody within 5 feet of me.
Yep.
Aside from him.
For sure.
That's only 14.
Okay. So you swing in, and he sort of just fades to the side for a moment. In the grip of his hand, you see Fabio, who's still fighting for purchase. The cloaked figure looks to you just for a moment before he just tosses Fabio at you, strikes you right in the chest, and flings you back a ways. Fabio sort of latches onto you.
Yeah, I'll try to catch him against my chest too.
Okay. So below you, you see what looks like a figure of some kind charging down below. Charges right past the cloaked figure, and Savas off in the distance looks like he's nearing the front of the ship. At the same time, the front of the ship starts to lift forward and pitch as things begin to rise. You have a little bit more time here to do something. What would you like to do?
I mean, I want to try to attack again.
Okay.
If I can. Can I guess, get Fabio to, I don't know, hang on to my back or something?
He latches on and he starts to moves around your side, and you feel his claws digging into you. It's not comfortable, but he latches onto your shoulder, hanging down your back, basically.
All right. That time it's a 24.
Okay, that's a hit. Roll some damage.
Okay. Do I still get sneak attack with Fabio on me?
Sure.
Okay. um, 24.
Okay. Take the damage. You hear a growl from this thing as it looks to the side. You can't really make out a face underneath the darkness of the cloak, but you do see the very blue lips almost. It throws a spell cast at you, and you feel a force. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That is 14.
So you feel a force from above you that just pushes you straight down, back through the hole that you came through. You collide into the ground. Fabio rolls off with you as you strike the ground. You take 14 damage from the impact.
And I take half of that for uncanny dodge.
Okay.
Or evasion.
Okay.
So.
As you hit the ground, you immediately start to begin sliding towards the entry door as the ship is pitching forward and starting to tilt up even more.
Can I catch myself on a display case or something?
Roll sleight of hand. I'd say or acrobatics if you'd like, whichever one you'd like.
They're both the same. Dirty 20.
You're able to grab one of the display cases. Fabio slides past and actually is able to grab onto one of your arms. He clambers up the display case. Make a strength check for me as you find yourself almost hanging now, completely vertical.
A whole 6?
You fall, and as you're falling, you feel the ship itself pitch and roll. Direction just becomes almost unintelligible for you for a moment. Fabio falls through the air, though, and manages to catch onto your wrist, and you feel something clip onto you, some sort of bracer of some kind. Immediately, what once is the ceiling comes crashing down onto you, presses you into it as you lose vision, lose sight, you black out in the chaos of everything that's going on.
Beautiful.
And we'll get back to Briar in a while. Now, is everybody else here? Tacitus, Elwyn, and Crix?
Yes.
I am so sorry.
No,
I've-
it's it had to be done.
Classy. Did you see the announcement?
No.
Hades
Where?
2.
Where am I looking?
Oh, it's probably too far up now in the other game chat, but they announced Hades 2
Oh,
Oh,
my
shit.
god!
for the female lead. And it looks fucking dope as hell.
Amazing.
Oh, I am excited as fuck.
Yeah, I can't wait to check that out.
Yeah.
I can't wait to check that out. Oh my god. It's about time.
It looks sick.
Me about to go pick up my Switch and play Hades again.
Not fucking right now. Well, I guess you can for a minute, but you should still pay attention.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Is everybody else ready, though?
I am prepared.
Crix?
I'm here to fucking stab a wall for another hour.
Varna, you there?
Oh god. I forgot about the wall.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright. Alright. Yeah, sorry about the length of that, guys, but we're rolling a new character, so we gotta
No, you're
Jump through
good.
the
I
hoops
got
to
to
get him in.
watch some of the Game Awards, so I'm cool.
Yeah, I figured
I
that would
forgot about
balance
the
it.
Games Award.
Alright, so where we left off with you guys, Elwyn, you were hanging out with Splish,
Yeah, my
and
boy.
Tacitus and Crix, you had just opened a doorway as you were lost in these sort of maze-like hallways to become face-to-face with this spectral form of a child. Looked oddly familiar. So yeah, you open the door and immediately are met with the face of this child standing in front of the room. There's a staircase both leading down and leading up in here with nothing else. Tilts his head to the side and just says, "Help me."
Oh, fuck yours.
My reaction is gonna be stab it.
Oh
Roll
my
an attack.
God.
I'm not pleased at the moment. That's a nat 20. 28.
Okay.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Okay.
Wait, how are you not happy with that?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Did you want to miss? Is that what that was?
No.
No, as in he's pissed. He's about to fuck shit up.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I'm mad at the
Yeah.
The situation.
the wall.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Roll your damage.
24 damage.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah. So you strike the child in the chest.
God damn.
Let me in the face. Let me in
It's
the face.
not the face, not the face, but it's better. You thrust it through the wall, so it goes backwards, crashes through the wall behind, leaving a cavernous opening that leads into the outside. You see the sunlight pour through almost immediately as the creature is thrown backwards. Elwyn, I believe you were floating outside, correct? Where we left you?
Yeah. So I just see a child
Yep.
fly out of the wall.
Yep. You see the mostly spectral form of a child burst through a wall on the side of the building. Gideon as well sees this. Tacitus and Crix, what are you doing?
I am grabbing the back of his shirt and being like, okay, it's time to fucking go. We're leaving the buildings.
Yeah, we're going. I'm
That's
just
one way to
gonna.
exit.
I'm just gonna. I think my character at this point, after being this frustrated and just being mad enough to stab the wall, is probably just gonna run and jump.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, Elwyn, as well, you and Gideon witness then after this child comes soaring out, Tacitus and Crix, are you just held onto Tacitus at the moment?
I'm going out to the exit there.
You're jumping as well?
Yeah, and leaving this place.
Okay. Yeah, so you see Tacitus and Crix both leap out of that hole that's been punctured in the wall. Just moments after they do, you see it sort of shimmer and spectrally reseal and close itself. Um, Tacitus and Crix, you both plummet several stories down until you crash into the water below.
Oh, that's where they were.
Elwyn, you see that spectral form of that child seem to be gathering itself, where it had sort of more innocent features of a child a moment ago. You see a very dark look on its face, and it begins to darken. The air and the light around it begin to darken as well.
The spectral thing that was punched out of the wall?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Gideon immediately ignites his whips on his bracers.
Oh, are we fighting? How far did it get knocked back? That like I think Gideon was in the building across the
Yeah,
rooftop across
on the rooftop
from it.
across. Yep, and you had
So
just been
like where
conversing
did
with him.
this thing get knocked back to? Like how far?
It got knocked a good distance, about 120 feet back, as it sort of spun and rotated before it caught itself. And it's hovering there a good distance in the air above and afar from where the two of you are. Crix
Okay.
and Tacitus crash down into the water somewhere in front and below it.
I'm staring at it cautiously, but I'm not making a move just yet.
Okay. Yeah, Gideon seems to rear up and prepare himself.
Is that I'm gonna look to Gideon and ask, is that the thing that you mentioned earlier that you'd seen?
He looks at you and he says, "No, this one I don't recognize. It seems familiar."
Hmm. Do I recognize what this child is?
If you want to get closer to it, you can try and check him out.
How close would I have to get?
90 feet or so. You've got pretty good vision with that one.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of like fly around.
Okay.
And just like try and get a closer look at it.
And Tacitus and Crix, as you crashed into the water below, what are you guys doing?
I'm assuming we ended up like pretty far below water, so I'm just gonna be swimming up.
Okay.
And like making sure that like, if Crix is like around me in the water, that I'm like dragging him up if he's not conscious.
Okay.
I do it.
Do you do it?
Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
Oh boy.
Oh yes. I am going to, as in the water, I am going to put my hands out, breathe out an incantation, use my breath, touch myself.
Oh,
I'm gonna cast polymorph on myself.
okay.
Gosh. You ran out of wild shape, now you're polymorphing.
I have no more wild shape, but I am turning into what's called a giant, huge crab.
Oh
Giant
my
crab.
fucking god.
So
It's
I'll
a
give
huge
you this
giant crab, right?
huge giant crab.
Yes, I am familiar with this creature.
And I am going to be coming somewhat out of the water with sorry, I lose track of your characters' names.
Estes.
Oh, Tastus on my back. And yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys an image of
I want to see the giant, huge crab.
oh,
my
is
gosh.
that yeah? Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
What's
yeah.
that thing?
Yeah, so Tacitus below you, where once Crix was, you looked to check on his safety. You watched as he transformed into this massive crustacean. And
When you say massive, like what?
it's a large size
Like what?
creature.
Okay, just large.
Yeah.
Not like
No,
huge.
no, it's not large. It's
It's not?
fucking huge.
Oh,
Is it a huge size?
It's a huge monster. I'll give you the stats of what I got
Let me pull it up here real quick too.
here.
Let's see.
It's the alternative to basically a T-Rex. It's one of the forms that they gave in one of the newer books.
It is a huge beast. Okay. Large claw, small claw. You got one big claw, one little claw? Okay. And are you just surfacing Crix?
Yeah. So just Cetaceus is on my back out of the water.
Okay. So yeah, as Elwyn, you're moving about, you get a look at this and you recognize the features to be somewhat reminiscent of that first child that you had saved from that sort of ritual ceremony when you first got into this realm.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Why wouldn't that be the
Uh,
case?
and
Mhm.
after you make out his features down below you, you see Tacitus rise up out of the water on the back of a giant crab.
I am no longer surprised by anything at this stage. Does the child look aware of its surroundings?
Yes. You see him again growing darker. It seems to be transforming in front of you slowly.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to Gideon and look at him and tell him this child up there looks the same as the one that we attempted to save before we got reset.
Gideon is looking at the building across, the building that you guys had all come from, and he points in the direction of the building.
What are you pointing at?
Looking over at the building, you see that trench coat skeleton with two large, what look like claws, emanating from somewhere inside the arm of his jacket, and he is slowly climbing the side of the building.
Oh, he's left his little hole.
Yes.
Well, this is going fantastically. Um, I'm gonna go over to Tacitus and Crix and just say we've got a demon child in the sky and a skeleton monster thing climbing the walls. I don't know how long we want to stick around.
Gideon casts a spell on himself, and you see him jump a pretty good distance across and lands onto the back of Crix as well, alongside you, Tacitus.
Hmm.
I mean, do you know how to stop that thing?
You say
I certainly don't.
you ask Gideon.
I'm just saying that out loud to what to what Elwyn said. Like,
Well, to me, it looks like this skeleton and this specter child may not be on the same side, judging by the fact that the skeleton decided to leave its home. So I think we should maybe retreat to a safe distance and see what happens.
given that that child trapped us in that tower, and I guess reverse kept us trapped here somehow, it's probably a good idea to get away.
Yeah, let's move back just enough, just far enough that we can still see, and see if the skeleton and demon child
So,
are about to face off.
as you're all sort of having the discussion, you see the child himself has begun some sort of transformation. He sprouts pitch black wings, and he grows these very long horns on his head as his body begins to grow, and he manifests a large dark metal blade in his hand that slowly grows into be a very muscular fist.
Oh, I hate that.
And
Just his hand is muscular.
slowly everything else is starting to grow and change as well with him. He's growing and gaining form and definition. Enceladus is floating in the air in front of you.
How far in the air is he from Crab Cricks?
He's about 110 feet in the air above you.
Son of a bitch.
Would you guys like to take any actions while he's transforming?
Does this thing look familiar at all? Like, would I have any idea what the hell I'm looking at? Besides, like, this weird muscle thing?
Do you want to roll something?
Sure. Uh,
Nature, maybe? Or what is it?
religion?
Religion?
Some sort of religious figure?
You can roll religion. Sure.
Don't fucking know it. It's a 7.
Yeah, Tacitus is deep in thought, but doesn't seem to be coming up with anything.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'd say Elwyn, as an Asmar, go ahead and roll history for me.
History. What's my history score? History is +2. 19?
As it starts to take form and figure, it starts to resemble what you would know as a planetar.
A what?
A who?
A planetar, a being of the celestial planes. They're generally righteous and good creatures, but they are known to fall and become dark and evil.
So this is a creature from the celestial plane.
Yes, by everything that you can gather in the visual of it, it's somewhat of like an ancestor of what Aasimar are
Do I
on
happen to know
a
what
larger
their
scale.
Do I happen to know what their behavior is like when they fall to darkness?
Not good.
Is it just chaotic? Do they just destroy everything?
I mean, there's no like generic attitude that they take when they fall. It depends on each individual.
Okay.
I mean, you can get an idea based on your past interactions with this creature that he's, in the very least, mischievous and now pissed off.
I'm gonna start like slowly flying backwards and look to the rest of my companions and just be like, I don't think I want to be around this thing any longer. And just like point in the backwards direction away from this building and just be like, I'm gonna retreat. And I'm just gonna start moving in that direction.
Well, what's the
While
rest
keeping
you want
my
to do?
eye on it.
You want to move back which way, Elwyn?
Away from, so like there's the building and then there's the shipwrecks.
Yes.
The opposite direction of that.
That would be towards him. So to your back currently is that building. To your back currently is that building that everybody crashed out of. The one that the ship that you had investigated was wedged between.
So if this is like a street,
you're above the streets, basically the flooded streets.
I guess I just want to move in a direction away from him where I can still keep my eye on him. Is there a direction that exists?
You'd have to sort of move alongside the building and then head back, further back towards the shipwrecks, basically, or you can just head, away from him on your right hand side, his left hand side.
Anybody have any preference which direction we go?
Well, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to run or do you want to fight? Crix, as the giant crab in the room.
Yeah, the giant crab in the room.
Yeah, like I'm kind of stuck on Crix. So like at this point, I don't think I'm gonna jump off of him. So I'm sort of just with him.
For the ride.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I can't fly, and I don't really want to like I feel like being next to the giant crab is probably safer than not.
I'm a huge giant.
Yeah.
So stupid the name.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
gonna start like moving towards the shipwrecks.
Okay.
And I'm gonna point towards that direction.
Gideon just seems formed up and ready to move with you. It seems like he's ready to fight if he has to, but he's not going to move against your will.
What's the skeleton doing?
Looking back at the skeleton, you see him still just climbing that building, slowly, grasp by grasp.
Is
Okay.
the child looking or the planetar looking at us?
Yes, right at you. He's just finishing his transformation.
I would like to climb the building.
Okay.
What now?
You want to climb the building below the skeleton and keep, moving up?
Yeah, I want to start climbing the building and try to get up to where the skeleton is.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna brace myself on Crix. I have no idea how.
He can hold on to his shell for sure.
Yeah.
Little shell spikes.
I turn back and just see Crix climbing the building instead of being behind me.
So, Crix, God, how do you even roll a giant crab climbing a building? It's like
Is it climbing or smashing at that point?
yeah, I'd say just are you a strong crab? Are you a dexterous crab? Let's see let me look at your stat block
I'm
here.
a strong crab.
Your strength, right? Yeah. So use strength. We'll just use strength.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Wow. Okay. 12.
Nice.
So you're able to latch on, and you start to pull yourself up. So when you like drive your claws and crab legs into the building to pull yourself up, you are able to puncture it, but you immediately feel the building start to close and seal itself around you, and it becomes difficult to sort of pull your claws out. So you feel like you're moving slowly as you try to climb up.
It's not going to stop me.
Keep
If I can climb up, I'm going to climb up.
Okay. So yeah, you see Elwyn, you see Crix in crab form with Tacitus and Gideon hanging on for dear life, climbing the side of this building.
I facepalm and then I'm gonna dart around the building
Okay.
and like fly up that way, giving myself some cover from the planetar, if possible.
Okay. So which you want to fly up the side where the ship used to be wedged?
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to fly up towards the top of it? You said like up higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm gonna like sort of be hiding behind it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go all the way up.
As you're flying, you hear the voice in your head of your dark blade, just sort of snidely say, "Coward."
Trying to survive here. You're not helping.
If you used my strength, you'd be able to destroy this thing.
Listen, you keep telling me to use your strength. The other side keeps telling me to resist. There's a stalemate at the moment.
So you simply do nothing.
For now. For now, I do nothing.
Again, you hear like a bit of a cackle. Coward, as I said.
Say what you will.
Crix, give me another strength roll.
Dun,
And then
dun,
I'm going to chime in and say your fate happens to be bound to this coward.
You said what, Ellen?
I said, you're the one who gave your power to this coward.
You could have all of it.
Well, that's just not me.
I could take you from this place.
And bring me to
Destroy
another like it.
your enemies. I could take you wherever you wanted to go if you would just release your resistance.
Remember, you're the one who brought me here.
And what was your roll, Crix?
It was a dirty 20.
Okay. As you're sort of having this back and forth with Oath, the giant crab continues to climb forward. I need you to Tacitus make a strength check for me as you hold on. Gideon drives both his hands into the side of the crab and holds.
Is it a strength save?
No, just a check. Just roll
Okay.
strength.
Can I do athletics?
Yeah, you can.
14.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to hold on, but it's kind of rough going. You can feel the jarring motions of the crab just trying to force itself up the side of this building. You are catching up to the skeleton, who's a pretty good distance above you still. At this time, the the dark celestial creature, begins to rush at you from the distance. Covers an incredible amount of ground and makes 2 attacks at your crab back, Crix.
And I reach out to try to grab it.
Climbing the building, I'd say at disadvantage.
The law of legs. I'll take it.
You got a lot of weight too. You got to hold on pretty tightly. Okay.
Well, that's a good roll, and that's a pretty good roll, an 18.
Okay. And so you're able to grab onto him. Did you grab him in your big claw or your little claw?
I mean, it's not really gonna matter. I'll grab him in the big claw.
Okay. Yeah, so you latch onto him as he was about to take a couple swings. Still has his arms free. He's still able to take those swings, but he doesn't break your armor.
Okay.
You feel him. He takes an additional action. And sorry, I have your stat block up as well. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not very good. A 13?
Okay. You immediately feel the corrupting touch of the planetar as he places his hand on you, and
Nice.
you are charmed.
Oh boy.
And you begin to hear the commands.
Condition immunities, charm.
Do you really have immunity to charm on the crab?
Oh
I
shit!
have immunity to charm, fray, and
You
paralyze.
do. Wow.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Well,
Yeah.
So
So you feel him attempt to reach into your mind and gain control of you, and you hear his commands very audibly in your minds, asking you to kill that skeleton above you. But yeah,
I just reply an angry crab.
so like Zoidberg, I
yeah,
guess.
basically.
Just bubbles.
Tacitus, do you want to do anything here?
Can I are we like vertical right now?
Yeah, you're like hanging onto the back of this crab that now sort of like reached out and grabbed that planetar as it charged.
I'm gonna try and I guess like what better opportunity do I have than this to fucking hit that thing?
Okay. Yeah, roll an
Uh,
attack at disadvantage, basically. So like move yourself over and try to get a strike on him. If you're just gonna do a melee attack, but then let me know if you have something else in mind.
Let me think.
I'm gonna fly a little bit higher above the building.
Okay.
Try and get a view of this planetar.
Um,
You just roll your attacks if you're just melee attacking.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for
Okay.
a sec. I think I'll actually try guiding bolt first. I'll do a third level guiding bolt.
Okay, you can do that without disadvantage, I'll say.
Yeah. That's a 22 to hit.
That's a hit.
That's a 29 damage.
Okay. Yeah, you strike.
29 radiant damage.
Interesting.
God,
Okay.
disgusting.
Strike him right in the chest. You hear the howl of pain as he takes the damage, still held in the claws of Crix. Gideon as well is going to hang on with one arm and reach out. His light whips are going to extend, and he's going to make 2 swings at the Planetar. Hits twice. Immediately after your guiding bolt strikes and does additional damage. Do you want to keep climbing, Crix?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep climbing towards the skelly.
Okay. Roll strength at disadvantage since one of your main claws is held onto this creature.
Oh, okay. Is that gonna count as an action?
No, it'll count as your movement. It won't count as an action.
What's that?
It'll just count as your movement, not an action, just to see how far you catch up with this skeleton.
Ooh, goddamn, 24.
Okay. Okay, so as you're scrambling up, you can still take an action.
I'm gonna try to crush him.
Okay.
21. Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
I am scared to know how much damage this
what?
is.
Okay.
Oh, that's also not good.
25 damage.
Okay. So you feel it just from the back of the crab. You feel the strength being put forth into the crushing force of its claws. It squeezes into this creature. Again, you hear another howl in rage from it. Elwyn, what are you doing here?
What's the Planetar doing?
It is
Being crushed.
Yeah, being crushed
Sorry,
in a crab.
not the Planetar, the skeleton.
Oh, it is still climbing to the roof of this building.
Has it passed the crab friend?
Yeah, it's still a good ways above the crab. It's moving very fast.
Okay, so it's not really like looking at the Planetar.
Not at the moment.
Okay. I guess we're fighting this thing. Okay, sure. Why not? I'm gonna whip around the building and fire off two beams of Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay.
$26 to hit
Jesus.
and 25 to hit.
Okay, 2 hits.
Let me see the damage. Which dice is it? This one. Okay, the first one's going to be. Side note. Do I still get my Genie's Wrath trait? Which is just my
Yes,
extra 4
you
fire
do.
damage?
Yep, you do.
Okay. Alright. So that's gonna be 13 for the first one.
Okay.
And then 18 for the second one.
Okay. Okay, got it. And you want to keep your distance still?
Yeah, I'm like I've turned the corner around the building.
Okay.
Like the wall that they're climbing up. And I fired my Eldritch Blast from there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the skeleton keeps moving up, puts on a bit of a burst of speed as he continues climbing. The Planetar is able to sort of get its greatsword back. You notice it glow in a purple energy, and you feel sort of a dark, almost scornful force behind it as it strikes at your back, Crix. And let me pull up. Your AC is 15, correct?
Yeah, it's nothing standing.
Takes the first swing, and it's a heavy blow, makes contact with you. Second one is a nat 20. With the second blow, you feel the force of it push you into the building. The wall crumbles and cracks, and you stumble into the building. Now, sort of landing on all fours. You're still able to maintain grasp on him. He's unable to pry himself loose. But you stumble into the building, knocking down walls as this giant crab form careens through. Tacitus, make a strength saving throw for me if you want to hold on.
Hold my hit.
Sure. Gideon, if he's holding on. So, one thing I forgot to mention, everyone within 10 feet of me gets +2 to all saving throws.
That's important to note. Yep.
Nice.
Okay,
Oh, I only got a 13.
that's fine. Okay. Yes, you and Gideon, you both managed to maintain hold. Sort of the rubble of this building crashing down around you, but you see the walls start to reseal themselves again slowly from the damage as well.
Pretty big hole.
Yeah, it's a pretty big hole. It's taking time to close up, and you've also careened through several walls and rooms on the inside of this building as you came through, leaving just a big, like, open path of rubble in front of you. Crix, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna move towards the open in the wall and try to like remount myself on the side that's still like intact.
Okay.
If possible.
Yep. You wanna
try
you wanna move you wanna move back out through the hole as it's closing and try to grab back out and climb.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, make a form of strength check. You can use athletics or something of the like if you'd like.
I'm a fucking
You're
crab.
a
I
crab,
like
dude. Yeah,
athletic.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you're a big crab. I don't know how
22.
much you work out. 22. Okay. Yeah, you're able to sort of swing yourself back out, and maintain your hold and start to climb that building. I'd say if you want to advance, you're gonna have to use an action to do so.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Did Chris lose any health, by the way?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you the damage. Where did I roll it?
100 damage. Crix is dead.
No. The first one was 18, and the second one was 29.
18 and 29,
Damn.
30 plus 17, 47. All right.
Yes.
How much health are you at?
He has a shitload of health.
You
It's a
don't
crab,
even
man.
want to know.
Okay. I'm just wondering if I should lay on hands you.
I have 161 temp.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Yeah, he's got a lot of HP.
I'm a CR8 creature.
Oh, he's fine. He'll be fine. No worries.
So yeah, if you want to advance, go ahead and roll strength again to pull yourself up the wall.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Mhm.
Because I'm semi-playing one at the same.
No worries.
Strength. 10.
Okay, yeah, so you're able to swing back out, but sort of the force and agility it takes to get on there, puts you back a little bit. You're not able to gain much momentum to climb too far, but you do make it out, and you're back on the side of the building as the hole sort of continues to clear itself up, and you do still have a hold of the planetar. Tacitus, still holding on as this crab is making all kinds of moves here. What would you like to do?
I guess I'll just do another guiding bolt. This time second level.
Okay.
That's only 14 to hit.
That's a miss. Yeah, just
Damn.
with how chaotic and crazy everything is, you try to take your shot, but the bolt swings past and misses as the giant crab claw-held planetar is swung upwards as the Crix tries to climb the building. Anything else?
I think that's all. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I can't really get closer to him in a way that like really matters, right?
I mean, you can latch onto the claw if you want to, but it's not really.
Yeah.
You on the back of a crab. There's only so many places you can go.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. I'm
Okay.
just gonna stay here right now.
Okay. So Gideon swings out. He takes 3 swings with his whips. The first one misses, but the other 2 make contact with the Planetar. You see it wince. It's like it's starting to take damage. Like you look at it, it's actually starting to really feel this at the moment. Elwyn.
I'm gonna reach out again to the cursed blade that I have, and I'm gonna say, "You said your goal was to recombine with your brother. Is that right?"
My goal is one of my goals.
What do you want of me?
I want you to release your resistance and accept the power that is yours.
To what end? What do you want to do?
I simply want to see you become your full potential.
So you're saying you're just giving me power
Well, in
with
in
no
your
strings attached.
in your acquisition of power, I also gain power.
And what will you do with Pasha?
Pacha will be no more.
You plan to destroy him?
More like absorb him.
Are you also of his realm?
Of a sorts.
That's not very clear. All right, if I release my resistance, what happens next?
You will gain great strength and great power. Pasha will be no more. We will be joined. You will form a new pact.
And does Pasha have the power to resist you?
He may try. But if you
What
join
is
with
it?
me, he cannot resist us both.
I would ideally like to just see you two sort it out yourselves.
There,
If Pasha loses to you, then that's the extent of what he could do. And if somehow you lose to Pasha, then that's the extent of what you could do. And I'll simply pact with whoever wins.
you must make a choice.
You simply said I needed to stop my resistance. You didn't say anything about me having to side with you. Now that's a different thing.
A part of dropping your resistance is opening up your willingness to accept the power.
I am simply allowing you to do what you want and possibly absorb Pasha. However, I will not help you do that.
Then we have no agreement.
So be it.
You feel it sort of pull back for a moment before it quiets itself down.
And then I whisper to myself, I'll not be an instrument to you beings.
Okay.
I'm gonna just watch the creature in front of me. I'm not gonna attack it again just yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what its goals might be, what it's trying to accomplish right now.
The
If it's
Planetar?
trying to just rampage, yeah. If it's just
Okay.
if it's trying to rampage or kill us, or if it's trying to do something else.
I mean, it's very clearly trying to kill Crix at the moment, in the very least, or at least get out of that claw. But I mean, it did make an open up like offensive attack before it got grabbed.
Okay, so did it go straight for Crix, or did it
Yeah, it
just?
went straight for Crix.
I guess I'll attack it again. I'll fire off 2 more beams.
Okay.
18, 26.
1 hit, 1 miss.
Plus 15 damage.
Okay. So one shot fires wide, but the next one connects with him, upper shoulder. And that's your turn, Elwyn. I'm sorry, did you say yes? I didn't hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
All good. Okay, Crix, No, not your turn yet. Sorry. Above
Alright.
you see the skeleton make purchase on the rooftop, drag himself up, and disappear over the top. In the same instant, the Planetar makes another couple strikes. You feel the weapons again glow. That's another nat 20. So the first one misses.
No.
Just clanks against your armor and drags. But the second one is another massive hit. Forces directly into your back, pushes you half into the wall this time, as you're still able to sort of make purchase and hold on to the edge. Half your body goes into the building, and Tacitus, make another strength saving throw. Gideon.
That's a 13.
Okay. Both you and Gideon lose your hold on the back of Crix and go tumbling into the building.
Boy.
Crix, you take. I need one more. You take 29 damage. No, 30 damage. One more. 30.
Okay.
And it is your turn.
They fell into the building?
Yeah, they sort of fell off your back and got launched into the building. Just a little bit away from you. Not far.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of have myself in a way where part of my body's outside, and I'm going to, in a way, kind of be like trying to block the building from like closing.
Okay.
I do want to take my action to try to crush this bastard.
Okay, go ahead.
Get him, Chris.
22.
22?
Yep.
That's a hit.
For 28 damage.
Okay. You hear another howl as the claw just closes in on him and begins to crush. You do feel a couple pops and snaps in there. And you just want to sort of extend yourself and try to hold this wall from closing out, or from sealing back up, basically.
Yeah, so like a quarter of myself is kind of like somewhat outside of the building to kind of like block it so they don't get entrapped.
Sure. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Tacitus.
Um,
Sort of thrown from the back of the crab, you come rolling to a stop inside the interior of this building. A lot of the walls have been knocked over. It's just a lot of rubble, mostly, leading up to that hole that Crix is trying to use his form to keep open.
how far away am I? Would I be able to get to him in one move and attack?
Yeah, you only rolled about 15, 20 feet.
Okay. I'll get up and use. I think I'll cast magic weapon on myself. I'll touch my glaive. And cast magic weapon.
Okay.
So that's a bonus action there. And then I will run up and hit him with my glaive. Try and hit.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
That's a 15 for the first one.
That's a miss.
And a 16 for the second.
Two
Christ.
miss.
Jesus.
Did you want to grab back onto Crix?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, everything's still enough that you can do that without having to roll anything for now. Gideon does the same. He rushes forward. He does latch on to Crix before he makes another 3 attacks with the whip on his right hand.
Alright.
And he misses one, but he strikes twice. And you see on that Planetar, big open gashes start to form where these attacks are starting to make purchase. He's taking some considerable damage now. Elwyn, as you're taking your turn and sort of like finishing your dialogue with Oath, you do notice out of the corner of your eye a brightly colored little friend slowly worming its way up the side of the building as well, getting close to the top.
Is he looking directly to the top? He's not looking at anything else?
Yeah, no, he's just slowly worming his way straight up, little by little.
Which side is he on?
He's far
Like-
off to the left-hand side of where Crix is climbing up.
So like the opposite side that I'm on?
He's closer to you, and you're closer to him than you are to Crix.
Okay. I'm gonna like swoop over and grab him and carry him up to the top of the building.
Okay. Standing at the top, you see that skeleton, the trench coat skeleton, walking forward. You see several of those little like fiery rats that you had seen previously at his feet, and he's holding that ledger that you had deposited on another rooftop further away.
Right. I'm gonna drop Splish off at the top of the building and just look at the skeleton and say, sorry, I didn't realize that ledger was yours. I didn't mean to take it."
No response yet.
And then I'm gonna turn back to the Planetar.
So you just leave Splish and then you move back down towards where Crix is climbing the building?
Yeah, off to the side.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at Splish though and just be like, I assumed you wanted to be up here, so figure I'd help you out.
He
I'm
looks
gonna
at
fly
you.
over.
He looks at you, goes, Splish! And sort of just starts walking over towards the skeleton.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him as well.
Okay, so you want to sort of stay hovering above the side, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
But you want to stay above roof level?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that
Anything
way I
else?
have visual on the Planetar and on the skeleton plus Splish.
Sure. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. So the creature again, let's see. He's going to make another couple attacks with that great sword. You're very resistant to everything this guy does. It's a very good
Natural
it's a
enemy.
very good form. Yeah, he's obviously
Natural
weak
enemy crab.
he's
to
weak
be
crab.
honest, I looked at the stats. I was like, okay, it's a huge creature, lots of hit points, and makes grapples. I'm going to use it. I didn't realize it had any immunities, which I'm
Totally
very, very happy it has
Yeah.
immunities.
Because this guy
Druid's
does a lot of
OP.
status shit. So yeah, he makes two attacks with his greatsword. One of them actually still just drags across your armor, it doesn't penetrate, but the other one strikes through. Not as hard as these last couple attacks did. He does 9 damage,
Okay.
and he still can't break your grasp. He's still held strong in the claw.
Advance.
It's your turn, Krix.
Yeah. I'm going to try to crush him.
Roll the attack. That's classy. I'm assuming the
Yeah.
usual. Welcome back.
So the attack will be a whopping 26.
26 to hit. That's a hit.
And we are doing 26 damage. Hey!
Okay. Again, you hear another couple like audible cracks as you're breaking the bones of this thing. And did you want to do anything else? Continue climbing?
What? The skeleton's not doing anything at the moment.
You lost sight of him as you reached the top of that rooftop.
How high is the rooftop?
You got another 60 feet or so to go.
Yeah, I'll kind of climb up.
Okay. Go ahead and roll strength for me again.
Yeah, 16.
Okay. Yeah, you make it almost to the top, so you're very close up to the edge there as you sort of grasp and climb your way up in your huge crab form.
You know you want to say bullshit crap.
No, I love this crab, dude. I'm with it. I'm about it. This is great. Anything else, Chris?
No, that's it.
All right, Tacitus.
Well, I'm gonna try and fucking hit it. Let's swing. Let's see what I get this time. Oh, that's not gonna hit. That was a 2.
No, sure isn't.
Plus 9, so that's 11. Still not gonna hit though.
No hit.
Okay, 20?
That's it.
Dirty 20?
That's it.
This is 14 damage.
Okay.
And can I still do that? Yeah, I'm gonna expand a first level spell slot to use Divine Smite.
Okay.
That's another 2d8 damage. Uh, 5 damage.
Hey.
Not that much.
It's all right. Yeah, he's looking pretty weak. And Gideon, he's still going to maintain his whip attacks. Misses 2, but his third attack is a nat 20. Strikes really clean against this creature. It's starting to drip blood down that claw at this point. You're seeing that blood drip and flow pretty well as it howls at Gideon's strikes. Elwyn.
Let's see.
The skeleton at the top of the roof. Splish has just about reached him and is sort of just standing there staring up at him. The skeleton seems to be flipping through the pages of that book or tome.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore that for now, and Eldritch Blast this thing again.
Okay.
2 beams. 19 for the first one. 22 for the second.
Okay. Hits.
Both hit?
Yes.
Okay, the first one is going to be. It's gonna be 12. No, yeah, 11 plus 5, 16 for the first one,
Okay.
and then 11 for the second one.
Okay. Perfect. All right. You see, it's taking a lot more of its energy to make its attacks at this point, but it's going to strike at you a couple more times with that great sword. You take 2 strikes to the back, Crix.
It's always from the back. Just hit my claw. I'm huge.
He's like reaching out. It's like trying to break the armor at your back. Get
Okay.
this, and that is 18 points of damage.
Okay.
He still can't break free. He
Yeah.
is held firmly in that claw. It tries as hard as he absolutely can to pry himself out, but he is held firm. It's your
This
turn.
is my strong hand.
It is your turn, Craig.
So that just comes out in bubbles.
Yeah. I'm gonna crush him more.
Okay,
20.
that's a hit.
29.
Okay, and roll your strength to climb.
Strength. 22.
Okay,
I am doing
so Crix this pulls his crab form up to the top of the roof. Elwyn reaches your height level. As he reaches the top, that claw is squeezing the whole time that he was climbing. Completely cleaves this creature in half.
Hell yeah.
You hear
This-
it howl and shimmer almost for a moment in and out of existence as the two halves of its form crash onto the rooftop the crab is now standing on. You see the wings just dissipate into almost ash. The ash blows off the rooftop in the distance, shrinks down again into the form that it was, that small child. You see in its eyes, it locks onto the lot of you one at a time. Squeaks just this very small faint, help me.
Can I
Not
spit on
falling
it?
for this again. Last time we tried to help you.
I'm gonna spit on it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's it.
Gideon just backs away from the scene. He is disturbed.
I distinctly remember us promising not to help any more children while we're here.
On top of the roof, the skeleton looks back just a bit. You can see the side of its skeletal face, as it seems to finish some sort of a conjuration, and a bit of a portal opens up in front of it, and he walks to step through. Splish swivels around, turns to all of you, and just goes splish, and sort of like falls backwards into the portal. You start to see waves crash over the tops of the mountains and begin to slowly roll down and fill the city below you. Every side is starting to careen with waves crashing over and filling the city.
Oh boy.
Owen looks
Run.
at everybody and says, "I'm going to the portal," and starts flying towards the portal.
Gideon's like, I agree, and sprints and starts to head towards the portal.
I'll wait for Crix to de-transform and help him if
Oh, I
He
thought
needs
Chris
to.
was going to go through it as a crab.
Are you going through as a crab, Crix? What are you doing?
Can I?
I didn't think it was gonna be big enough.
It's super. It's not quite big enough. You can try to squeeze your crab form in there. I don't know if you'll be able to fit.
No, I'm perfectly fine with getting on top of the building, getting everybody off, and then
Change of forms.
on Polly. Yeah.
Okay. And through the portal.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, get me out of here. I'm not doing this wave reset again. I saw the waves and I was like, no, thank you.
So you all pass through. You find yourselves once again on the deck of the Theros.
Oh God.
It's again the older, more decayed deck of the Theros. The skeleton moves through the doors in front of you that are the captain's chambers entry point. You'll note you don't see anybody else around on the deck. There are several possibly long dead bodies of your fellow crewmates scattered about on the deck here. You don't see anybody alive or nearby. Splish follows behind the captain into the captain's chambers. At this point, Glassy, are you present?
Yes.
Okay. So
Did you
Briar,
say it looks like the old Tesseris, the decayed Tesseris in the
yes,
underworld that we were in?
yes, that
That
sort of
one?
decayed
Okay.
form of the Theros, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Glassy, at this point, you come to almost feeling like an impact, like you've fallen and struck something and it hurts. You feel a lot of pain throughout your body. Sort of blinking and opening your eyes. You seem to be in that same chamber, that same domed chamber that you had fallen into, the captain's chambers. But something's changed. It's darker. Everything is cracked and damaged and destroyed. Everything's gray and lifeless. And moving slowly, having just entered the room as you're pulling yourself up, you see a skeletal figure in a trench coat moving towards the front of the room.
Is Fabio still on me?
Yes, coming to, you see the form of Fabio unconscious on the ground next to where you had pulled yourself up.
I would like to stand up and face the skeleton and be hand is near my rapier in case I need to fight.
Okay. Rest of the party, what are you guys doing outside?
Honestly,
I'm
at this point, I think I'm like taking a breather.
Okay. Gideon sort of follows suit too. He takes the knee for a minute and gathers himself together.
the minute I land and recognize where I am, I'm looking around, trying to assess the state of the deck, who's still alive, if anyone, and what corpses I recognize.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigation as you sort of move about the deck.
It's gonna be 18 plus 6.
Okay.
24.
So moving about, you don't recognize anybody of note. You do recognize some of these faces. They look like they've been laying here dead for some days. You can assume not too crazy long, but longer than you feel like it's been for you. The bodies are starting to decay slowly, like they've been sitting here for some time, but not enough time that would let you believe that they've been dead for a very long time. But nobody that you recognize of note among the crew.
Right. So I don't see Galen anywhere.
You do not see Galen anywhere.
Do I see the aftermath of the battle we were having before we disappeared from here?
Yeah, looking about, you do see a lot of battle scarring, char marks. Some of these individuals look like they were cut and killed by blades. You can assume that there was some additional fight that took place here, and you're in the same place that you were before.
Gotcha.
But there's no sign of those skeletal ships or the skeletons themselves.
I'm gonna approach the door of the captain's chambers just to look in and see what the skeleton is doing.
Okay. You do see him moving towards the back of the room. You also see a woman in the side of the room, the left side of the room, with a blade drawn. You want to post the image of your character, Classy? I think you have something.
Yeah. I have the little chibi. I'm gonna try to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
bigger art in a little bit.
I'm falling behind as well. I want to see what it's doing.
Where's Splish also? Do I see Splish?
Yep, Splish is slowly following behind that skeleton.
This lady.
Oh, cute. Are you human then, I assume?
Half elf.
Yep. I'd say
Half elf. Gotcha.
Elwyn, being
Oh.
on the ship in the time that you have been, you recognize Briar. You've not had any dealings or interactions, but you recognize her as a part of Ripley Vance's party generally.
I probably would have noticed her also, right?
Yeah, just the same thing. Like it's a recognition, but not any interaction.
I probably have whoever she is.
I glance between the skeleton and Briar, and I say, "What are you doing? What are you doing here? You're
The
the
fuck
only
do you mean?
person."
What am I doing here? What the hell are you doing here? What's going on?
That's a good question. We it's a long story, but this skeleton is someone who just allowed us to teleport back to the ship.
Seems to be ignoring you
Uh,
and moving towards the front still.
So
I don't know what its intentions are at the moment. It has not really attacked us.
I'm gonna turn away from Elwyn and look to the skeleton and be like, "Oi, what are you doing?"
Tried that too. It doesn't talk back.
It turns its face towards you. Again, you see those empty, lifeless holes where its eyes used to be in the skull. But just for a moment, as it turns back towards the front of the ship and continues moving forward, you do see the little friendly creature. I don't know if you showed the picture of him before, but I'll put him back in here. The little sort of rainbow fleshy fish-like creature following behind him makes note of you, looks over you at a moment, blinks, just goes flesh, and keeps moving following the captain.
Oh, this here is Splish. I don't know what he wants either, but he's been following us around.
Great. I
I think
don't know
he's
if I
friendly.
actually can or not. I don't know what there would be to read, but is it possible to like insight the skeleton on if it feels nefarious?
I don't know about insight because it doesn't really interact with you at all. I'd say if you want
Yeah.
to like use a perception or investigation to try and get some detail about him to see what you can gauge from just his mannerisms, movements, environment, maybe. But yeah, insight probably wouldn't be any good.
Yeah,
In my
no.
past D&D games, we've called that the vibe check.
The vibe
The
check,
vibe
yeah.
check. Um, sure. Do a perception.
Okay.
18.
Okay. I mean, it hasn't made anything like any openly aggressive movements. It acknowledged you, saw that you were there. It didn't move to attack you or anything. It's definitely got, a dark, morose look about it. It's got this sort of tattered trench coat hanging about it. Just got one boot.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Just got one boot on its right foot. The other one is just all bone. And it's not the friendliest appearance that you've ever seen, but otherwise,
Yeah.
it's not made any moves to hurt anybody or harm anything.
So it's going towards the front of the ship in the captain's quarters. What does it
Yes.
look like it's walking towards?
It's walking towards sort of the decayed control panel that you had seen, where before you had dropped through that hole, the Savas
Oh, yeah.
interacting with.
I'm gonna let it do its thing for now and see if Fabio is alive.
Okay. Yeah, you go to check on him.
Um,
He is alive, but he's unconscious.
I don't know if this is worth doing, but can I make sure he's stable?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll medicine.
So they weren't
18.
in.
Yeah, he's stable and fine. What's up?
They
Elwin?
weren't here in this room when we got teleported out of off the ship, right?
Right.
Like when we were being attacked by Galen or whatever.
No, they were not.
So then somewhere between when we left and now that we've come back, they were teleported to this room.
Yes. Briar, you start to notice finally on your right arm, there's some sort of bracer that was clicked and attached that you remember Fabio had latched onto you in the chaos of everything going on.
I would like to inspect it.
It's dark black. It's a combination of steel and leathers. It has certain inscriptions in it. You can't quite make them out, but it's still warm, as if it has some magical energy or attachment to it, and that it emitted some energy recently. You can feel the residual of that.
Interesting. Can I test to see if it would come off or if it's locked on?
Yeah, trying to pry it off or pull it off, you cannot.
Okay, interesting. What's the skeleton doing now?
Still moving towards the front of the ship. He's almost there. Doesn't seem to be in any kind of a rush. Crix?
I'm just gonna be up on the side of the skeleton, just being like, "Look, sorry that I attacked you as a shock and whatnot. I hope we can kind of put that behind us. You seem kind of all right." While having this conversation, can I do a history or arcana check to see if maybe I know who this skeleton is through like stories or some representations, since I know where we are and stuff?
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll either or.
You said either or?
Yep. Yeah, history or arcana.
Ooh, that's pretty good. 21.
Which one did you roll?
Arcana.
Arcana. Doesn't seem like anything in magical history that you recognize. There's a familiarity about it. You can't quite put your finger on it.
I'm gonna. I have a note here about the captain of that shipwrecked ship that
Okay.
we'd seen. I believe the name you gave was Agna Magus.
That was the leader of the empire that ship name had on it. Yes.
Oh, it wasn't the captain.
Yeah,
it was
you
the
you had
leader of
noticed the emblem on the side of the ship, which only had a partial
Gotcha.
name on it. Yeah, and he was the ruler, the tyrant ruler of that empire.
Okay. Interesting. I'm gonna just like yell out, Savas? Is that you? Are you Savas? Just on a whim, just to see what happens.
There's no response from the skeleton. Continues moving forward, just a few feet now from the what is those strange control panel at the front of this ship.
I'll pipe in that right before whatever happened, Savas was at that control panel. He was doing something. I don't know what.
I'm gonna look to Briar and say, "Wait, you saw Savas here in this room?"
Yes. He was speaking with whoever that bullshit first mate was.
Hmm.
About
Remember
doing
who
something.
was?
The first mate, the fake first mate, the whatever his
The
weird
casty
hooded guy.
wizard that no one trusts.
Oh,
So that must have been before before the Theros got thrown into this realm.
Yeah, it was.
Did you hear what they were talking about?
Only partially. They were talking about doing something. It's either Savas was very urgent. He wanted to do something. Now, clearly, they did whatever it was, and the first mate was saying something about there's no turning back if we do it now.
Well, after God of Storms threw us into this realm of the underworld, Savas and the first mate have been nowhere to be seen. Don't know where they went.
Unfortunately, a certain someone, Desmond, seemed to have picked up. I guess it would be cursed objects. I mean, they gave off some pretty ominous things, and he was not himself after.
Well, he's nowhere to be found now either.
is this
Yeah.
room
I
full
don't.
of cursed objects now?
Yes, there are still a lot of those objects scattered about on the floor that you recognized earlier.
That much hasn't changed, at least.
You notice you're not getting that same pull towards them at the moment, though, that you did originally.
Interesting. Well, I guess we'll just see what the skeleton is trying to do.
I mean, as of right now, it's not doing any harm to us. If anything, it semi helped us. Maybe not intentionally.
Well, if it wasn't for his portal, we would be resetting in that ridiculous world we were stuck in.
I wonder if we would have been reset in with that friggin' demon or whatever it was.
I don't
The
even want to
child.
think about that anymore.
You weren't trapped in the building.
No, I did not want to be in there for good reason. I'm gonna look to Splish and say, "Hey, Splish, is this guy dangerous or what?"
At the moment, Splish has just wormed his way on top of that console, leaving like a little wet streak behind him. He sits himself down on top of the sort of control console, looks at you, and sort of just tilts his head to the side. All you get is a Splish.
Has that thing ever helped us?
Well, no, but I did ask it to take me to my friends once, expecting him to lead me to you, and he led me to the skeletons, whatever that means. I don't know what his intentions are.
I'm not convinced it actually understands what we're saying.
Well, neither am I, and my ability to speak with creatures and animals is not helping in this situation, so I don't know what this thing is, but he has not acted maliciously yet, as far as I can tell.
Reach in my bag, pull out a rock, and give it to Splish.
He reaches out expectantly, grabs it, and just pops it in his mouth.
At
I
least
guess we
he's
wait.
friendly.
I'm like, if everyone's in here watching the skeleton man, I'm gonna go outside and just look around again.
Okay.
On the deck of the ship.
Okay. So yeah, the skeleton just reaches his command console. Tacitus, you move back out onto the main deck.
Yeah.
Roll investigation.
Well, I fucking see nothing. 2?
I just need to stop asking you at this point.
I see a ship.
Yeah. So,
Tassus is still blinded by anger.
so peering up, you notice once again the sky is that rolling ocean. Again, as it was prior, you can assume that you are in the same Neurono realm that you started in.
Mic check. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
we're working.
You're working. You're good. So yeah, you don't see anybody or anything nearby. Everything's very eerie and quiet. Every now and then, you still feel those light gusts of aimless wind that pass through. Aside from that, you don't see or notice anything going on out here.
I'm just gonna wander around, I think. Like stay near like the not really go like super far from the domed area, but just not like I don't really just want to stay still, I guess, and just wait.
Okay, I'd say, do you want to go like more into the open deck area, or do you want to move to your left or to your right?
Would going towards the open deck be going towards the middle of the ship?
Yes.
If anything, I want to like maybe circle around like the front, like if there's like a front part of the dome.
You can't really circle around it. It takes up the entire front portion of the ship.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just go look overboard again. Just look at overboard and look at the horizon.
Okay. So peering overboard again, it seems that you're sailing on that sea of stars as you were previously. But you are shocked almost immediately looking down along the side of the ship. You see many bodies of former crew members attached by rope and chain to the side of the hull.
Oh, that's good. I guess I'm going to like when you say bodies, do you mean like covering the entirety of the hull?
Not in the entirety of it, but there's dozens of them scattered about in this webbed network of chain and rope, and they are all disfigured and dead in various ways.
So people that I specifically recognize.
You recognize them as both mutineers and defenders from that battle, and other individuals that you've seen around the ship that are just, some of them are just passengers, some of them are just merchants. There's just the people that you would assume were on the ship at the time that you get left.
Well, he's under attack by specters.
Yes.
I'm going to how would Tastus react? I think I'm gonna very quickly try and sprint backwards towards the ship, towards the command room.
Okay.
And if I get there, then I'll say I found some more evidence of the crew, but
Where'd you find it?
over, just come this way. Someone can stay here with the skeleton, but there's evidence that people were here.
I'm
I'll
gonna
stay with
follow.
this. I'll stay with the skeleton.
Yeah, Crick's keep an eye on him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
me
follow
and
after.
Harold are becoming good friends.
What'd you call him? Harold?
Harold,
Okay.
HA or HE?
HA.
Wow.
Harold himself.
Lovely. Okay. Yeah,
Is the
he
skeleton
seems.
doing anything?
Yeah, he has started to sort of fiddle with the instrumentation on this control panel. It's a variety of like levers and knobs and dials. He seems to know what he's doing. Doesn't seem like it's doing anything though.
Elwin jokingly says, maybe he'll sail us out of here. Who knows? And then I'm following behind Tacitus. I'm gonna go check out what Tacitus found.
I'm just
Uh,
gonna.
Briar is feeling very sick hearing what Tacitus just said and will urgently follow.
Okay.
I'll just lean over the side, I guess, and point down.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
also before I actually leave, I do want to scoop up Fabio.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Who is Fabio?
He's the little
I
blue
missed
friend.
Uh,
He's the blue moon dude.
Oh, right.
yeah. If you scroll up 8:16 p.m., that's him with the bow staff.
Gotcha.
Tacitus, as you lean over and sort of take in some of the bodies of the crew, you do notice and recognize the face of one of them, that woman that you had fought with for a moment in the very first session. As you recognize her as a member of Gideon's crew, and she was the one that had told you to keep running, and she would hold the line for you.
Right. Yes, I
Sarai.
do not remember her name.
Sarai. Her name was Sarai.
Sarai.
Yes, you do see her body chained and latched to the side of the ship.
How long has it been since the building?
The building.
We explain more.
How much time has passed since since Tacitus and Crix went inside of that building?
The
The one
tower that was
the
cursed?
one that ate them up.
You can assume hours, perhaps.
Okay,
It's hard to say. Not a lot of time, but
gotcha. Okay.
Do I recognize any of the crew looking over?
roll investigation.
16.
Okay. Looking over this side of the ship, you don't recognize anybody per se. You do vaguely recognize. I mentioned earlier there was a Khajiit, a black furred Khajiit, that you had
Yeah.
passed in the hallways. You see and I'm going to give you the image for him. You see that body chained kind of low. You can just barely make him out, but he's very recognizable.
I'm gonna rush to the other side of the ship to see if it looks the same.
Okay. Roll an investigation for that side as well.
11.
Okay, so you recognize two individuals. One of them is that half-orc male that you had seen leaving the room towards the upper half of the ship, dead and chained to the side. A little lower down, you recognize the form of Hala. The you know her as the cavalry rider that was working with Ripley, that had been in the room towards the end that after you guys had left.
When you say they're chained to the hull, are they like strapped to it, or is there just like a chain that's like attached to them?
There is like a webbed chain that looks like it takes almost the entirety of the hull. It's pierced into the hull of the ship in certain areas to hold it in, but it's almost like a chained net, and these bodies are wedged underneath it.
Okay. Since I know Sarai, I'm gonna go back and talk to Gideon, also,
Okay.
and like mention to him that I see one of our crew, Sarai, down there.
He moves over and looks over the side, and you see him begin to tear up a bit. So, when this all started, I didn't expect we'd lose anybody, honestly. But we need to find out what happened, and we need to know if the rest of our friends and allies are alive or dead.
No one could have predicted we'd end up in the underworld. By the way, Tacitus, you mentioned once before that you had the ability to sense north. Are you able to do that now? I'm curious if we're still in the exact same place we were before.
You
I
cannot. Reaching
Yeah.
into that, you get that nauseous disorientation feeling and
yeah.
almost lose yourself.
Yeah, but let's say I braced myself a little bit,
Mm.
and because I thought that could happen, and maybe like wobble a bit, but I shake my head and say no. I believe we're in the same spot that we were.
Crix, inside that chamber, after sort of fiddling with quite a few things on there, that skeleton pulls a long gray lever down slowly, and you all feel the vessel lurch and begin to move. It shudders for a bit as it comes to and begins to churn and move.
Huh. I was kidding when I said maybe he'd sail us away, but it looks like he is sailing.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to do while he was messing with the knobs is try to memorize what it is that he was doing.
Try to memorize.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll intelligence.
Intelligence, so those are saves. I'm on the crab sheet, A more. Intelligence 17.
Okay. Yeah, you feel like you get a good read on it. You don't know for sure. It was quite a few little devices that he manipulated about, but you have a good idea of the order that he at least used things in.
All right.
It was also quite the random assortment of movements. So it's hard to track, but you can get a good idea of it, especially your keen mind, right?
What's that?
Are you your keen mind, if I remember correctly?
Me? Keen mind?
Or
No.
no? Okay, never mind.
If I was keen mind, I wouldn't even have to make a roll.
I'm mixing you up with another character then. Okay.
I think I might have joked about it last time.
That's what it is. Okay. Yeah. Well, you were able to get a good idea. Just you can't quite get the whole thing in. But if you feel like if you had to, you might be able to recreate some of those
I
moments.
missed the beginning.
Sure.
Well,
I-
I don't.
I would like to
Right.
ignore all of them, and I'm very distressed at the moment, and I want to go back into the captain's quarters and go through that bookshelf. That's an illusion.
Okay.
And I want to see if I can open the trapdoor.
Okay. The second you pull the trapdoor, it almost the decayed wood like cracks in your hands and breaks. The door half falls off into the chamber below.
I'm assuming the stairs don't look terribly stable.
Not very.
How tall are they? I mean, I'll take them. Slash, would I be
It's
able
about
to like
7 feet
jump?
to the floor. It's about 7 feet to the floor.
Okay, yeah, I want to get down there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you can carefully step down. The stairs creak and crack a bit, but they can take your weight.
And I want to go down the path and like kind of make note of where I originally saw traps, but don't know if they're still there, and I want to search to see if there's any sign of Lael.
Okay. Looking about the chamber again, if it feels wrong, it feels off. It's like it's the same chamber you were in, but not exactly. Like it's like you're in the same place, but you're in a different place at the same time. Everything is decayed. The walls themselves are cracked and broken in places. You can see out into other hallways and areas of the ship in some of these cracks and holes. But moving through that passageway, you find no sign of Lael or the creature that he had been leading off.
Okay, that's something. I'll go back into the quarters.
Okay. The skeleton himself is still fiddling with devices on that control panel.
I mean,
To
I'm
the
not.
others, I'll ask, have you seen any other sign of life?
None so far.
Well, I mean,
we
were you here? You just got here? Like, what was the last thing that happened before you got into the before you appeared in the captain's dome?
I passed out in the captain's dome. The last thing I remember is the ship going completely vertical. I crashed into the ground and blacked out.
That's weird.
You don't remember the ghosts, the ghost skeletons.
No.
Oh, to fill you in, Briar, the ship was attacked in this strange underworld realm we're in by 2 ships of maybe more of specters, and that's when our group was teleported away.
And this would be the first
There
you're
were a
hearing
fair
that
number.
any word of underworld is the first time you've heard that.
She's pretty fucking close to hyperventilating.
There were a few of us. I would say there were plenty of us that survived that initial trip into the desert, into wherever we are. What's her name? I feel like Tastus wouldn't know Ripley's name, so he would be thinking of how to
Sure.
describe her. Gideon was arguing with her.
Gideon's right there. So
The woman.
Vaguely. Are you describing her?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying to
You can
describe
visually
her.
describe her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll visually describe her. Yeah.
So Ripley was alive.
Gideon talked to her before I can't remember what his name is. The other guy tried to go off and kill the captain again, and
Desmond.
Galen.
Galen?
Galen Desma.
Galen,
Yeah.
yes. We struggled with Galen, and what even happened after that?
Well,
We got thrown into another
the skeleton
realm.
ships attacked,
Yeah.
and we were teleported away from here. But from what I can tell from this situation, it seems like not much of the crew survived the attack of those specter ships, those ghost ships. I can only assume that they ravaged this place. They're probably responsible for the crewmates hanging from those chains as well. Seems like they did what they came to do and they left, though, leaving the ship in an almost deserted state that it's in.
I want to search. I want to try to find if anybody survived.
While
What
you're
direction is the ship moving in?
you have no idea. You just know that it is moving. At this point, you don't have Tacitus's northern sense.
Sorry, I guess
So-
to rephrase, did he turn around in
Uh,
any direction, or did he just start moving it in the direction it was already facing?
You felt it start moving. You're not sure if it's turned at all. The ship is pretty large, so it's hard to feel exactly when it's making these sorts of turns or not. So it potentially
Gotcha.
could be turning.
Okay.
But as you are discussing it, as he's still sort of fiddling with the panel, you hear this loud creak and groan as
Oh,
a bit of a viewport starts to shift and open at the front of the vessel. It just groans and slowly slides down. You hear creaking of gears as something cracks and breaks, and portion of it falls off the side, and it leans, so it's about half open in a sort of diagonal arc. You can see that star sea horizon out in front.
I see. Did not know the ship could do that.
Yes, well,
sorry,
no
what's
one
a
except for the
viewport?
captain has been in here.
What was there? Was there a question in there?
Yeah, what's a viewport?
Basically, a rectangular window, so to speak,
Oh, okay.
opened on one side, and it sort of leaned.
So we just see more of that star.
Yeah, you
ocean
see out
thing.
in front of the ship, basically.
Okay.
It just opened a window in this dark dome.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything visible aside from the fucked up sea and sky?
You want to move up alongside him and sort of check things out?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking outside, you see massive chains, like massive chains rising up out of that star sea up into the sky, which is still that rolling ocean. And for Briar, this is really the first time you're like getting a good look at some of this stuff. But otherwise, it's just an endless void of that star sea.
Are the chains are the chains further out, like we're approaching them, or are they against the view, like
They're
on the ship?
they're a long distance away, coming up out of that starry ocean.
Got it.
Sort of at an angle, rising up into the sky above. You sort of lose them in that ocean.
I'm gonna turn to the skeleton and say, "Can you speak?"
Turns its face to you for a moment. You get no response as it looks back. Continues manipulating the control panel in front of it.
Yeah, that's about what he's been doing every time I've tried to ask him anything. I would like to I'm going to take a walk around the ship a little bit to try and see if I can find any survivors.
Okay.
I'm going with.
How hard is it to go below deck?
I mean, you'd have to cross that main open deck in
Open.
front of the captain's chambers and sort of move into one of the other squares. And there's some staircases down there that would take you down below deck.
I think. I guess Tassus will just say like, "I'm gonna look below deck. We haven't been there. Um, I wonder what's if anything has happened down there."
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm gonna
Keep
check
your
the
wits about
ranking
you.
officers' quarters.
Okay.
I'm gonna check like the. I want to go check the place where was the place where I found that old lady before?
That's toward the rear lower decks of the ship, closer to where that first meeting took place.
Right. Okay. What's on the towards the rear of the top deck?
It's mostly residential structures, um, not for crew as much as for passengers. The like mid rear of the ship is where there's a larger merchant square, and then the rear of the ship is several large structures above deck that are
Okay.
like multi-story structures that house travelers and just ship residents that aren't necessarily a part of the functional crew.
Okay, Tacitus, if you're checking the bottom deck, I'll check some of the top deck to see if I can find anyone.
Crix is gonna look around to see if there's like any communication devices or anything that might do like a call-in. You know, like drums, horns, any of that type of system.
I mean, Tacitus has a horn.
I don't want to blow his horn.
We're not touching that
I
horn
mean-
ever again.
I'm looking to see if there's some kind of communication device that would be on the ship that might call for something like either any of the rooms or anything like that for emergencies.
Like a PA system?
Kinda.
You don't know of anything like that was ever used on the ship. You know that the captain himself and sort of the upper level crew communicated via spells like message and things of that nature.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave to search where the meeting with Ripley first took place.
Okay. So you don't want to go to the officers' quarters, or that's that. I'm sorry. You want to go towards the Ripley meeting, not the Galen meeting. Got you.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Crix, what was your thing?
I'm looking through my spells. Sure. Why the fuck? What level is this? This is level I haven't used any. I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. I promise they're not goats. I'm going to summon. Let me get back to you because I need to
Okay.
see what CR these creatures are.
Yeah, take your time. As the rest of you sort of split up to move about, you notice Gideon seems to be trying to find a way to pull the bodies of those crew members up off the sides. So we'll start with Tacitus. You're going down below deck.
Yeah. Since I noticed the the chains sort of spearing in to the hull, I was curious if like we had taken on any water or anything like that.
No, from what you can see, the chains that had speared to hold those chains in appear to be above water. Nothing seems to be below.
Okay. Um, I guess what is the general like below deck situation like? Like what are there any like particularly notable rooms or areas? Or is it mostly like living quarters?
It's there's a lot of living quarters down there, but there's also there's a couple lower deck taverns down there. There's a lot of cafeteria type spaces and eateries, places where people will hang out and have meals together.
Okay.
There are training areas down there. There are some lower levels that hold things like defensive cannons. There's some lower balconies as well that peer out over the lower areas of the ship that are closer to the water.
Okay, I think what I'll do, I'm gonna go look through. Um, I'm gonna go to like any place that people would congregate, I guess.
Okay.
Uh, I'm not gonna have any weapons drawn, I think. And I'm not really gonna be trying to be stealthy, but I'm gonna try and like listen for like signs of life.
Okay. So you move first. You move across the top deck into the first open square, and you kind of find the staircase going down. There are a handful of bodies that are still on the ground, um, again dead for some time, left behind by the skeletons for whatever reason. Everything's very quiet and lifeless. You see the signs of battle, recent battle. Whereas most of this ship is very old and decayed. You see, what are very recent signs of it. There's some dried blood nearby, and you see slash and scorch marks, remnants of spell casts, and so forth. Like there was a lot of fighting that took place in these areas. Moving down the staircase, it's very dark below deck. You
I
turn.
have a torch. I also have blind sight for 10 feet.
What do you want to just trust the blind side, or you want to ignite a torch?
I'll use the torch, honestly.
Okay. So you light up the torch, you step below deck, and you start traveling down a couple of those lower hallways, heading towards some of the more common meeting areas, places some of the crew would hang out and play games, card games, dice games, that kind of thing. You pass through a couple of these hallways, and again, it's very silent, very lifeless. There's not as much sign of combat down here as there was up top, but you do still start to see remnants of it, where there are bodies nearby that were killed and left behind. You don't recognize faces at all. Some of these people were just passengers. Some of them were, armed crew members, but nobody that you recognize the faces of. Moving into more of a central area where people use it to hang out and congregate. There's a lot of open tables, things like that. In here, things are sort of strewn about. Tables have been flipped, thrown around. There's signs that people were trying to flee through this room. Maybe we're getting pursued. You see a lot of drag marks and the bodies of some armed combatants as you step and walk through. Roll perception for me.
Eight.
Yeah, nothing seems to draw your attention particularly. Moving through this main chamber. Do you want to continue further into the back of the ship? What would you like to do?
I think I'll keep moving, but I guess as I go, I'm gonna like pick up, or I'm gonna like look at like I guess any storerooms for any sort of rations or stuff. Since it has been, well, like probably I don't know, at least a few nonstop hours of action.
Okay. You move through a couple again barren and dull hallways. Nothing's really happening. Everything's quiet. You every now and then you find the scattered signs of combat as you pass through, but there are big sections of the ship where it seems like nothing happened. You do stumble across a couple remnants of what looked to be those skeletal pirates that had boarded, those spectral skeletal pirates. Two of them in the hallway have been downed and left behind here, their bones scattered. Not sure what defeated them, but this is the first that you've seen of any of those creatures having been defeated. Do you want to keep moving?
Yeah, I'll keep moving.
Okay. So moving into one of the nearby storerooms, you find your first sign of life. There's a woman passed out uh, with a lot of empty bottles scattered around. It looks like the door was barricaded for a time. There's chairs knocked over and pushed aside. Um, On the interior, you see 3 more of those skeletal spectral pirates that are dead and deceased, leading into the back of the room where this woman seems to have just been drinking her way through the stock of alcohol here. Yes, she's got a long sleeve tattoo on her arm. You recognize her. She's got long red hair. I'm gonna put her image in here. But at the moment, she is completely passed out drunk.
She looks cool. I like her.
I'm gonna like tap her on the shoulder a few times, see if she is like
Unresponsive.
what level
You
of
get
drunk
a
she is.
you get a couple of sways. You know, she moves about a bit, but no real response.
Okay. I'm gonna like fireman carry her, I guess.
Okay.
Like lift her, maybe not fireman. Yeah, I guess fireman carry her. Yeah.
Toss her over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
And start heading back up.
Okay. We're going to move on to Briar.
Okay.
You wanted to move directly towards the meeting room that you had with Ripley?
Yeah. And then if I'm passing by like ranking crew quarters, I want to try doors and look inside them.
Okay. So you pass through. You see, similar to what Tacitus saw, bodies scattered about in various states. As you get closer to the ranked quarters, you see a lot more signs of combat. Like, it was pretty severe. The building that you had that meeting in, that you knew Ripley had done a lot of her work in, is severely damaged. Looks like a number of spellcasts and explosives were hurled or launched at it. There's holes and gaping holes in the upper levels, lower levels. The door is completely destroyed, left in what is basically a crater that dips into the hull of the ship that cracks the ground below. There's several bodies here, and you start to notice a lot of bodies of scattered bones, those skeletal specters that this is your sort of first time seeing as Briar. But you notice there was a lot of combat here, and these there seem to be more scattered bones of defeated skeletons than bodies of whoever was defending and fighting against them. Make your way inside.
Yep.
Okay. Moving inside, you find that same staircase that you had passed up with Frederick to you what feels like not very long ago. You pass up the stairs. The more you travel around, there's almost piles of these bones up here. Many of these skeletal combatants were defeated around this staircase, and moving up into the hallway. Passing, you get to the top of the staircase, move down to your left, and move through the hallway. You peek into some rooms and areas that the officers had either resided in or had meetings in. Again, each one of these rooms has a lot of combat sign. It looks like they had built some sort of like fortified barricade in the middle of this hallway that was demolished and smashed. But there are several scattered bone remains in these areas as well. You don't really find anything of note on the interior of these rooms, but you also don't see any bodies of deceased crew in here. You see mostly defeated skeletons and remnants of skeletons. The room that you had originally had your meeting with Ripley, you reach the door itself. The door is knocked off, but there was clearly some sort of a large barricade set up here, like people had fought here. Moving inside, the table itself is completely destroyed, broken in multiple places. The chairs strewn about, and there's a massive hole in the side of the hull that just opens up to open Starsea.
Cautiously and nervously, I want to look through the hole to see if there's more of that chain situation.
Okay. So you move through, you pass through, you see those bodies chained off to the side towards the front of the ship, but you don't see any more chained in this specific area. The hull itself is basically a crater that was blown off the side of the ship. You see portions of the lower deck down below as well. It's a pretty massive gaping hole in the side of the ship. But you don't see any bodies or remnants of anything. But there are skeletal remains all over this room that you sort of step through as you pass and reach this hole.
Okay. feeling still nervous, but a little less sick. Do I know of any locations that would? Well, actually, no. Where's? How far is the Black Barnacle from here?
Not far. It's towards the mid level of the ship. You sort of leave here and just walk towards the central section of the ship.
Yeah, I want to go. Well, I'll. Okay, never mind. There's no bodies of crew members here. It's just skeletons.
Just skeletons that you've
Um,
seen.
and very heavy signs of combat. Yeah, no, I'm gonna move on. I want to go to the Black Barnacle.
Okay, so Briar moves back and heads out towards the Black Barnacle. I'll come back to you in a minute. Crix, did you get your?
Yeah,
creature situation?
I figured out what I wanted to do.
Okay, what you got?
So I'm going to cast. I'm going to do it at 5th level.
Oh,
Summon animals, and I'm going to summon 16 mastiffs.
okay. You bringing out the hound dogs? Or?
Yeah.
We'll
Soon
let dogs out.
soon as they yeah,
Cricks apparently.
soon as they appear, I'll have them kind of like sit down in front of me in a half circle and be like, "All right, guys, I need you to go out and find people, living people. All right, that's your goal. You find someone, you come back and you get me. All right, go. Sure.
And how many did you summon?
16 of them.
16. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, and they
Search
will
squad.
disperse into various locations of the ship. And while they're searching, what are you doing?
I'm just kind of watching the skeleton and having kind of probably the most pointless conversation with him.
Okay. Very one-sided conversation.
Yes.
Every now and then, as you're speaking to him, you get a splish and a little head jerk or tilt or a nod sometimes. So
I'm just trying to see if I can get any form of communication other than a stare.
for the most part, it doesn't even look at you as you converse. If you're just kind of speaking generally and randomly.
I'm kind of poking and prodding a little bit generally, but also a little bit into trying to figure out who the hell he is. So every so often, Kirks might be like, "Oh, are you the ferryman of the damned?" You know, shit
Okay.
like that.
Got you. Rattle off a few things, like a few notable things that you want to say in this conversation, or anything that you want to pick
I'd
at.
probably ask him if he's deaf, the ferryman of the dam, if he was once a ghost pirate captain, um, if maybe he was the original captain of the ship.
Okay. When you mention original captain of the ship, you get a look. Again, turns, looks at you, glares at you, holds your stare for seconds, and then looks away again. Continues fiddling with the dials and instruments on his control panel.
Hey. Okay, so I did get a reaction out of that. Is this a ship that was taken from you from is the Storm God there?
You mentioned the storm god stops moving almost completely. Stops fiddling with his devices, stares forward.
Do you seem to have an issue with Karanos?
You see the skeletal fist, his hands start to form a fist.
I'm going to take that as a yes, and as far as I care, we're kind of on the same side because he's more or less the reason why we're here to begin with. So I think we are on a similar page.
Splish waddles, like he hops back up. He's just sort of been sitting on the edge of the control panel up until this time, but he hops up and walks over to you, reaches a hand up, and you see a little jolt of electricity come out of his fingertips. Just a little zap, like a little spark almost. And all you get is a splish.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't speak your language, Fish. Well, we'll have to sort something out where maybe at some point.
Okay. So we'll pause you there again. So you're having your conversation with the captain still, and your hounds are searching the ship. Elwyn,
Yes.
you're searching the upper levels of the ship, correct?
Yes.
Angling towards the back.
Yes. That's me.
Okay. So you pass through again the central section of the ship. You see similar things to what the rest of the party has seen. Various bodies strewn about along the top deck. You're not really seeing any of those more skeletal remains until you reach the back of the ship. Uh, Passing through the second open square where most of the merchant areas had been located, you see several large fortifications and had been thrown up and barricades thrown up, like ramparts almost of furniture and desks and tables and chairs and anything that people could have thrown together quickly to form these sort of barricades and try to defend themselves. They're in various alleyways and various areas and in various states of disarray and destruction. Um, Towards those barricades, you start to see a bit of those skeletal remnants and remains. As you get closer to the back areas where some of these taller buildings, these 3, 4, 5-story buildings that rise up along the sides of the ship, are located, uh, you start to see more bodies than you saw before. There's a lot of mix remains here where you do see a lot of skeletal remains, and you also see several bodies of members of the crew. Um, Several of the individuals back here, you note, their bodies have these black web-like marks on them. Uh, Very ominous energy. Uh, it feels alive even as you pass by it on the corpses of these individuals as they lay dead.
Can I do a Arcana check on that?
Sure.
Could be +6, 19.
Okay. Looks similar to what you saw of Galen and that shield that he had. That sort of black, grasping vine-like substance that had latched around his arms.
Presumably from that same cursed object.
Yes, you can
Do I?
you can assume well that Galen killed these people.
And even though they're dead, the black things look like they're pulsing still, like alive.
Yeah, sort of leaning and getting close, you see them almost pulsating and throbbing on these bodies.
But they're dead.
Yes, by all appearances, they are dead.
Um, Let me see something really quickly. Uh, Debating if I should burn their bodies.
Would you like to?
Although I don't have. Um, I'll make note of where they are, and I'll come back. Thing.
Okay. So you want to keep moving towards the back here?
Do I see any sign possibly of where Galen might have continued on, given that he likely killed these people?
Roll investigation.
Investigation is also +6, so that's going to be 18.
So moving through, you sort of follow the trail of that bit of marking that you see on some of these bodies that would be from his cursed objects. It moves into a taller building. Looks maybe 4 stories tall, very close to the most rear portion of the ship. Um, the building itself is heavily damaged. The front, the door is blown off. The walls are damaged. The building looks like it's leaned to the side almost in the upper level, and you can see towards the upper left-hand side of the building, it was struck with something large, and you can still see the charred damage from whatever that left behind.
Okay. Interesting. Do I see any people around here?
There are a few scattered bodies. Again, they still have that same damage that Galen would have done. And they do seem like they lead into that building, that damaged building.
I'm gonna like cautiously approach that damaged building
Okay.
and sort of see if
Look
yeah.
for what you said?
I'm gonna try and see if there's any like place I might be able to peek into it from.
Yeah, there's plenty of holes in the walls.
Okay.
Peeking inside, there's a big central wall that sort of blocks your view, but you do see what looks like green and black pulsing light, almost shimmering.
Green and black pulsing light.
Yes,
Do I see where it's originating from?
somewhere towards the back of the interior of the structure behind a wall, damaged wall.
I was gonna say, I wonder if I could sense life, but I don't know if that's something I can do.
Not really.
I can't see. You said I can't see where it's originating from. It's behind
Somewhere
something.
behind a damaged wall, towards the back of
Okay.
the lower level of this building.
I'm gonna like try and stealthily make my way in
Okay, yeah, go ahead
and
and roll
try
stealth.
and see what that is.
Sure.
Um. Ooh, good roll. 19.
Okay. Yep. You're able to sort of stealth your way and sneak your way in. You take cover amongst some of the rubble and debris, and you're able to creep up alongside the wall and peer through a damaged hole in it. There what appears to be a rippling dark portal. You don't see any
Oh,
creatures or people around it, but it does seem to be just sitting open.
huh. Does it look similar to the portal that the skeleton opened?
Not completely, but a bit. Yes. It's about 8 by 8.
And there's no one around the portal right now?
No one around. You see several bodies, in the area around it. Otherwise, it's just resting open.
Hmm. Does it look fairly stable? Like it's not about to dissipate or anything?
Roll Arcana.
Arcana is +6, so that's going to be 24.
Looks stable enough. Um, from what you can gather with your magical knowledge, it's been up for some time. You can't tell exactly how long it will remain open unless something is holding it open on the other side.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take that knowledge back with me.
Okay.
But there's no sign of Galen, and it seemed like all signs were pointing towards him having approached here.
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't find any survivors on my way here.
No.
Is there more area I can check, or is
Yeah,
this
you can continue
like
searching other areas in the back of the ship if you like.
I'm gonna go back to the captain's quarters with the new information that I've gained, mostly because this portal is rather strange.
Okay. So you pass a couple hound dogs as you're making your way back, sniffing about the floorboards of the ship, moving around. And
They'll do a better job than me at finding life.
uh, Briar.
Yes.
So you make it. Coming up to the door of the Black Barnacle, you see that it's pretty sealed closed. Doesn't look very well damaged, but it looks like something tried to break it down.
Okay. Does it seem like it's just locked from this side, or what's the situation with that?
Probably locked from the inside is what you can see just from looking at it. There's a good number of skeletal remains out here. There's also a couple bodies, and you do recognize the body of that dwarf that had been sitting with the furlbug inside the bar earlier.
Oh. Um. So I'm gonna approach the door and just try the handle first, even though I know it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it jiggles a bit, and you can push the door a ways, but it feels like it's barricaded from the inside. Something's blocking it from opening.
Not gonna try to be sneaky. I'm gonna knock on the door and yell hello.
You hear a bit of noise inside. Something moved and rattled something.
Did it stop or is it continuing?
It was very quick and stopped.
I'm gonna knock again and say, Katira, are you still in there?
No response.
All right, I'm gonna take out thieves' tools and try and undo the lock.
Okay. Sleight of hand.
23.
Okay. Yeah, you undo the lock, but you open the door and you push it open a bit of a ways, but there's a bit of chairs and tables and things that were in the tavern thrown and shoved against the doorway, blocking it still.
Yep, that's expected and good. Am I able to like kind of shimmy it enough to look in?
Yeah. Yeah, looking inside, most of the tables and anything that was basically loose on the ground has been shoved in front of the door to block it. You can't see anybody just sort of peering in.
Uh, it's probably no good way to like push things or try to shift things
You can try and shove
more.
your way in, unless you have something else you'd like to do.
Yeah. I'll try that.
Okay. You just want to sort of like shoulder check it, try to make it your way inside.
Uh, yeah, a little bit just to see if it gives.
Okay. Yeah, roll strength.
5.
Nice.
You get a good
So
running
strong.
start and just bam right into the door. Nothing moves. You have the idea that if Frederick was watching, he'd just be laughing his ass off at you right now.
Oh yeah. Yep. Um, man, way to make me sad. I I have in my notes. Frederick is a bastard and I love him. He almost stabbed me with a knife.
Yep.
Uh, I'll yell again. Is anybody alive?
Uh, you see somebody poke their head up above the bar. They have a cloak over their face. You can't quite make it out, but they seem to be paying attention to you, taking you in for a moment.
Okay. Uh, hey, another fucking person. Is anybody else in here?
Uh,
I haven't been able to find anyone else.
pulls the cloak back off, and you see the face of that redheaded Furlbog woman that was in the tavern with the dwarf earlier.
Yeah.
She steps up above the bar and moves up in front of the barricade. Says, "I haven't seen anybody in days, but I remember you."
You were at the bar before it all happened.
Yes. Is it safe? Is it safe now?
Possibly. There's nothing. There's a few other people who said that they teleported or they shifted to another place and they just recently returned, but otherwise I haven't been able to find anyone that's been on the ship the whole time.
The specters took them. The ones they didn't kill, they took.
Fuck. Katira?
She led them away to protect me. I don't know where she went or if she survived. She told me to seal myself in here.
Well, it's safe enough for the time being. We're trying to look for other people if you wanted to join.
Roll persuasion.
Uh, 28.
She doesn't really have anybody else to trust right now, so she's been in here for a minute. Yes, she starts to remove some of the barricaded furniture and opens the door. Says, "My name's Lily. I'll come with you for now."
Persuasion roll. Damn.
Briar.
Very, very persuasive, Briar.
I sure fucking am. Also, I was saying Briar as an introduction, not as like correcting you.
Oh no, I know. I was just saying.
Yep, I'm very persuasive.
Okay. And do you want to keep looking around anywhere, or do you want to move back towards the captain's chambers?
Is there anywhere in this vicinity that I would know to be not necessarily secure, but just somewhere that people could barricade, very similar to what she did with the bar?
There's places all around. There's
Okay.
people's private quarters are all barricadable. There's a couple other taverns that are barricadable. The room that the initial meeting took place with Galen is someplace. There's a lot of conference rooms like that that are, sealable. They only have one way in.
Got it. So I'll tell Lily I've been searching the places I know first, but I'd like to search around the rest of the area.
She looks hesitant. She said, "Are you sure those things aren't still here?"
Everything is quiet.
I'll follow you. Where else do you want to search?
I mean, I'll search in like the immediate vicinity. So is this like a little town-ish area where there would be other shops or eateries or whatever?
You're below decks.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're one level below at the
Got
Black
it, got it,
Barnacle.
got
Yep. There's a number of areas. There's a lot of long corridors that lead to various rooms. So there are some residential areas down here. Some very lived-in crew quarters with bunk beds. Where there's 8 to 12 people that sleep in a single room.
Okay, yeah, I'll check some of those.
Roll one investigation for me.
16.
Okay. And we'll come back to you in a second. You also at this time notice one of those hound dogs sniffing around. Just look up to you, sniff a couple times, sniff the furlbug, and then take off, sprinting back in the direction it came.
I like how it
And
focused on her and not me.
Son of a bitch, I realize what's gonna happen. These are my body, but these are so
About this time, a couple of the dogs come back to you and they start barking. You have 2 or 3 dogs that are just barking excitedly. You also, in the distance, and from the captain's chambers, you hear barking, and you do hear somebody shouting, "Son of a bitch! Get out of here! Get out of here! Leave me alone! You're making noise! Leave me alone!"
Oh, you're shouting.
Okay. So exiting the captain's chambers off to the left, back towards one of the buildings, one of the first buildings that leads to an area in front of that square. You see what looks to be a cleric. I'm going to give you an image of him fighting with one of those hound dogs.
What the hell's with the hand?
He's not doing that right now. He's just healing himself in that image.
Yeah, but look at the hands, how they're formed and shit.
Yeah, he's a little bit wounded.
Jeez. Anyways, so I see that they are seals people's lives. That's good.
The dog is just barking at him, and he seems to be trying to get himself back inside one of the buildings, but the dog's really not letting him.
I'm gonna just walk straight up and be like, "Hi, boy. That's good. I can see that he's quite alive."
It steps back a bit, just keeps looking expectantly at you and at this individual. So this dog's
Aye.
yours? Where the hell did you come from?
Well, you see, it's a long story, but I was one of the people that was on the crew. Then we kind of got thrown through a portal, and then we wound back up on the ship. There's a few of us that's still alive. Have you seen anyone else?
Not a whole lot. And skeletons came through. They killed a good number of people. You know who killed more, though? A goddamn Galen.
I bet he seemed to have run into some curse items, I believes. Might not be himself.
Well, I took one look at him and I sealed myself up in here.
Probably for the best. Is there anyone else that's in there with yous?
No, it was just me. Most of the fighting spilled out towards the back of the ship. I don't know what happened to anybody. I've been sealed inside here ever since. I got enough food to last me a few more days.
Alright. Well, my companions are out looking for others. Hopefully we can gather whoever's still alive on the boats and whatnot and see if maybe we can get out of this infernal world that we're in.
So you got friends? You get a way out of here?
We are making progress towards getting down there, yes, in a ways. But yes, there are a couple of my compatriots around.
Yeah. All right. I'll hang out with you for now.
Alright. Couple of the other hounds have returned, and I'm going to see what they found. Might be somebody still alive, but in need. You don't do any practice magic, do you?
I'm a cleric. I'm a healer.
Perfect. It would be wonderful to give an assistant if anybody's wounded. Then
I'll help how I can. Just I don't want to stay out in the open too much.
that's fine. Understandable. Um, how far away? It's fairly close for where I heard, right?
Yeah. It's like 90 feet across that way. It's a big, wide open space. The decking in front of the captain's chambers.
Is there any medical facilities, buildings, or anything like that that we could maybe use that's might be nearby? We can take anyone that we find that might be hard to bring them there.
Man, everything on this ship seems ancient. Everything that used to be fresh and new just isn't anymore. I can't explain it. The only things that I had are the things that I had with me. They came through with me, whoever we are now. But
Fair enough.
we used to have medical facilities. What they look like now, I can tell you.
We will definitely have to take time to forge through things and see if maybe we can salvage some things, but it's understandable for some reason since we got thrown into this world. This ship is quite older.
He looks quite worried, but doesn't really know what to say.
If you want to stick with me, that's fine. If you want to stay here, that's fine also.
I think I prefer to wait here if you don't mind.
That's fine. I'm gonna go see where these other people might be that the hounds seem to be barking at me for.
Okay. I'll wait here. Just don't leave me behind if you guys find a way out, okay?
We're not going to.
Ducks back inside the structure that he was in before.
I'll take a mental note of the building and go see what the other hounds are barking about and tell them to lead me to wherever.
Okay. So we're gonna come back to Tacitus. You come back to the front of the deck now. You see Crix with some of his hound dogs moving about. Woman's still quite passed out.
Is there someone, or is there like I guess like a side of the railing or like a side of the dome that's relatively stable?
Yeah, for
I
the
guess
most
I'm
part,
just like looking to,
it's all stable
prop
enough.
her up against something and put her in like the recovery position.
Yeah. As you set her down, Gideon notes, and he comes over and he's, God damn, that's Galen's wife.
Oh. Well,
She's alive.
she's drunk, that's for sure. She was passed out with I don't know how many bottles of booze down there.
I'm not surprised she survived. She's a hell of a fighter, but it's not somebody I expected to see here.
There may still be more people. I think Crix has sent some dogs
I saw
out
the
to look.
dogs. I saw the dogs. Hopefully, this is a good sign. It means we have survivors. Not everybody was killed.
Yeah.
He still looks clearly upset. He has successfully pulled some of those bodies up off the side and has laid them out towards the side of the ship.
I guess I'll look over towards the bodies. What are you planning on doing with them?
I don't know. I just couldn't leave them where they were.
I guess, would I know about like religious rites? Like if that's a thing that happens?
I mean, there are, like, do you know about the existence of religious rites, or do you know any that you could perform? Is that what you're saying?
If I know the existence of them, I guess, or like what the Theros does.
The Theros has ceremonies for fallen crew members, where they set them out to sea, generally. Maybe not the the best scenario for that here. So.
Maybe not here.
Yeah. From what you can see, Gideon has sort of just gathered them. He doesn't want them on the side of the ship. He's just gathered them. He doesn't really know what he wants to do with them yet, though. Trying to be as respectful to the dead as he can.
I think I understand how you feel, Gideon. But I don't know if bringing all of them onto the ship is going to going to be a good thing.
Can't just leave them chained there. Some of these people were our friends.
You're right. I wonder if would Tacitus know enough about like disease for that to be a worry for him.
I mean, that's your call on your character history.
Yeah. I feel like as someone that has been on battlefields and know that corpses are like, relatively like, they just can't be kept there.
Right.
Yeah. I think I'll say that he does, but so I understand that there are friends, but what about the disease that could spread? We'll have to take care of their bodies in some way. We can't just, like, if we get them all up, we can't just leave them on the ship.
He nods. I agree. Maybe we can burn them, have some sort of ceremony.
If the ship can handle a ceremony like that, then
at least confine them
I suppose it would
be to some place along the sides of the ship and avoid them. But I want to at least get them off the hull.
Yeah. I suppose we can at least find some place to quarantine. That should not be too hard. I will assist in pulling or in getting some of them up.
Okay. Yeah, he said thank you. At least we'll keep an eye on Nazia, and hopefully, if she wakes up, she can be in a state of mind to give us some information about what happened here.
Potentially.
Okay, so back to Elwyn.
As I'm making my way back from the burnt building portal situation that I had found,
Okay.
I'm going to bodies that I'd found with the weird pulsing parasite thing.
Yes.
Were they anyone that I recognize?
No.
Okay. How many were there?
You found definitely some 2 to 3 dozen.
2 to 3
Yeah,
dozen.
in the span that you walked until you reached that building.
That's a lot. Have they changed since I found them earlier? Or are they the same?
No, they're the same. Nothing's really
Okay.
changed.
I'm gonna make a note of where they all are. And then I'm gonna make my way back to the captain's quarters.
Okay.
But before I get there, while I'm still a bit away from it, I'm gonna I'm gonna use my last spell slot to try and do something.
What you got?
I'm gonna try and cast Scrying.
Okay. And
I'm gonna try and locate Galen. If he's on the same plane of existence as I am.
okay.
So if he is on the same plane of existence, then he would have to do
So wisdom
a
save, I believe.
wisdom saving throw. Since I'm familiar with the target, it would be -5 to his roll.
Okay.
And it would be DC 17.
Get his stat block up again. Okay. No, he rolled in that one. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Didn't even need the fuck stat block. Okay. So you get the visual. You see Galen. He's on the deck of a ship of some kind. He seems to be alone for a moment, but you see other individuals move out of a room behind him. He seems to be on the same plane. You see the ocean sky above and the sea of stars below. The individuals around, you see their eyes have completely gone ink black, and they all have that webbed black growth about their bodies.
Do they look like they're previous members of the Theros?
You can guess that. You don't recognize anybody particularly,
Right.
but he's got 3 or 4
Um,
at least that you can see moving about the deck, and he's standing up towards the front of what looks to be a sailing galleon of some kind.
It's a different ship, not the Theros.
It is a different ship, yes.
Okay, and I think Scrying also lets me hear.
Yep.
Yes.
I can
There's
see and hear.
Yet they're not communicating. They're not speaking. Galen
Okay.
himself seems to be gazed out in a specific direction. Still has that red glow about his eyes that he had before. He's clutching his shield, and he also has a blade to match in his left hand. The web-like growths have spread, and they're almost up to shoulders on both sides.
Scanning the horizon and also the direction that he's looking. Do I see anything?
Nothing around. You just see that full star sea in the ocean sky above. You don't see exactly where they're heading or where they are. They seem to be out in the middle of this somewhere. No sign of the
Okay.
Theros anywhere.
Okay.
But he seems to have
I-
purpose. He's focused on something.
Gotcha. I'm gonna keep my monitor on him for the duration that it can be, which I think is just 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say for the duration, some of those crew members move about the ship, messing with various things. I'd say you also notice there are no open sails on this ship.
Okay.
It's being propelled by some other means.
Okay.
Aside from that, they're just sailing forward. For the duration of that, nothing takes place. He barely moves in the entire time, aside from just slow breathing.
Okay. Going back to the well, I'm not actually going back there, but just thinking back on the portal that I had seen. Would I be able to perhaps presume whether that portal would lead to a different plane or whether it would remain in this starry realm that we're in?
You wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna once the 10 minutes is up, I'm gonna continue my way back to the captain's quarters
Okay.
to inform everybody of what I found.
Okay. And then finally, back to Briar with your 16 investigation. You move about through various areas of the lower ship. Lily follows behind you. She seems very nervous and scared and hesitant. But she follows along with you and tries to stay as close as she possibly can to you. She seems like to your best guess, she thinks something's gonna attack her around every corner. Like she's very careful moving about the ship in various directions. Um, but coming through some of these various areas, you move through a small area where you knew people used to gamble. Things are pretty tossed around and strewn about, but you don't see any signs of life. There's no bodies really in some of these places. Areas where you do notice bodies is areas where you find that rooms have been barricaded and so forth. But in searching some of these lower decks, you don't really find anybody else of note, anybody alive.
Okay. Um, have I been moving towards the back of the ship, towards the front of the ship? Where kind of am I?
So you're in the lower areas of the ship towards the rear, and you've sort of been moving in and out of areas from like one side to the other in the back of the ship, exploring those lower rooms.
Okay. Um, how far is this area from where the Galen meeting happened, or was supposedly happening?
Very close. You could go there if you wanted to.
Okay,
Take
yeah,
you a couple minutes to get there.
I wanna check out that place.
Okay. So moving inside the room, there's a lot of combat that looks like it took place here. Nothing that you notice that looks like there was any skeletons that were killed here. You don't see any skeletal remains in this area. There's a handful of bodies. You notice 4 in front of the doorway in the hallway in front of it. Moving inside, there's 2 bodies. You don't recognize the faces of these individuals. One of them looks kind of familiar. You can't. It's an elvish woman with black hair. Somebody that you recognize from your time aboard the Theros, but you don't know her by name.
Okay. Wait, did you just say for my time before the Thesaurus?
Aboard the Theros.
Aboard the
Yeah.
Thesaurus. Okay.
Hey, we're not going that deep yet.
I was like, yeah, what the fuck's happening here?
Yeah, it's from your
Secret pass unlocked?
childhood. You remember this woman.
You were but
Mom?
a child. Mom.
No. Okay. I'm gonna look to Lily to see how she's doing.
Still looks objectively terrified.
Okay. I think I've searched everything I want to for the time being. We started at the captain's quarters, so that is likely where everyone will return to.
Okay. So everybody's sort of moving back and meeting up back at the captain's quarters. Crix, you see you see your party members return one at a time as you're sort of moving about the deck. Your dogs return to you, your hounds. None of the other ones seem to have found anything in particular. They all seem really excited, like they found what they were looking for. But you don't find any other any other members of the crew or anybody that have been lost that they found.
Before I reach there, I do want to give Lily a heads up that there is a skeleton there, but it doesn't seem aggressive.
She throws her cloak over her head and
I'm
doesn't respond, but follows.
gonna keep sending the dogs out.
Keep sending them out.
Tell
Okay.
them. Yeah, so I'm gonna basically tell them, go out, look for living people that are not this crew right here. See if you can find anyone. Come back if you do.
Okay.
Um, when they do get back, I'm basically going to just look at them and go. So I think I might have found a little information on our skeleton friend.
And what's that?
Well, I basically poked and prodded with random questions. He really took a long look at me when I said, are you the original captain? And then I happened to make a mention of, was this boat originally his and taken away from him, Karnos? And he had a pretty negative reaction to the name Kronos by basically balling his fist and seeming like he was getting angry. So I think maybe he is the original captain of this ship. That's a hunch, though.
Would I know any history with the Theros?
No.
Uh,
I mean, the only history that anybody knows of the Thesaurus is that the ship was gifted to Savas sometime in the past,
okay,
reportedly,
perfect.
supposedly by the gods. Um, whether it had an owner before Savas or anything like that is such ancient history at this point that it would just be mythology and rumor and speculation.
Yes, I wanted to confirm I knew the first part.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, basically everybody. That's like the legend of the Thesaurus in the world of Theros that almost everybody has heard, at some point or
yeah.
another.
Wait a minute. Let me go ask him a quick question because I just had something really dawn on me, and if I get a very bad reaction or something to it, I'm going to be semi-shocked, not shocked. I'm gonna run over to the guy I called Harris, or
By the way,
Harold.
Harold, right?
Harold.
Harold. I run to him and I go, uh, I'm going to ask you a very random question. Feel free to react if it is you. But you're not First Mate Zane, are you?
You get a look, but you don't get a response.
Not like a very strong look like it was when I said original captain.
No, you get a look. It responded at least to what you said to it, but you don't uh, like there's no any sense of any other emotion in this thing.
I I just wanted to make sure because you do know how to drive the boats. Good talks. I'll just go back to the group.
Okay. Yep. Tacitus and Elwyn, you guys are both arrived at this point as well.
I guess we just came back from helping Gideon.
You would have Tacitus, yes.
Yeah. Um,
Elwyn just arrived back after his scrying.
As Owen
are
walks
all of
up,
us are all of us grouped up?
Yeah, if you'd like, you can gather and discuss. You're all in front of the quarters at this point.
Go ahead, Smite.
I was gonna say as Owen approaches, he's looking very like deep in thought,
So
almost
we
very
found
distracted.
3 other people.
I come
According
with
to
a
Gideon,
couple.
that's what's his name's wife.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Briar, you recognize her. You
I
have
know her.
you have brawled.
Yep. Of all the people, to survive. Had to be that one.
I come with a couple of pieces of news. I discovered a portal. Don't know where it leads, but it seems to be relatively stable. And it seems to be in the direction that Galen had headed to, because I also found a couple of dozen corpses with the same black parasitic energy that he had on his shield. I want to burn those bodies, but I figured I'd consult with everybody before we do so. And finally, used a little bit of magic and was able to find. Well, I don't know his location, but I know that Galen is no longer on this ship. Seems to be on a separate ship somewhere out in this realm, and he has a small crew with him. Don't know where he's headed.
How do you know this?
A little spell that I have in my repertoire.
Was
Were there
he?
any-
Go ahead.
Were there any skeletons with him?
No, it was people who I can only assume were from the Theros. Though they
Did
seem to
he?
have they seem to be under his control with the black parasitic beings that we've
That
seen from his shield.
that answers my question.
I would like to figure out if we can where this portal goes, but it seems rather risky.
It is.
I don't know much about magic. Is there a way? Is it a one way? All the portals we've taken have only spat us out.
So the Furlbog woman, Lily, approaches. She's, I know where it goes.
You do?
Another realm of the underworld is where they took the crew.
How do you know that?
She looks away for a moment. I saw some of it happening.
So that's where they went.
They opened the portal and they took them through. They opened several of them.
Do you happen to know who they took from the crew?
Everybody they didn't kill.
Was there any pattern in the people that they decided not to kill?
I'm not sure.
I assume they took people for a reason. Didn't just take anyone.
Well, they very well could have, from what I've gathered. These spectral beings of the underworld came and attacked the ship, killed a bunch of people, and then abducted the rest. They might be using them for something. They might be turning them into one of their own kind.
That could be the case.
They
Either
took
way, it
them.
sounds then.
Lily started to interrupt. She said they took them to Agonis.
Agonis.
Can I roll on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Agonis D's nuts.
Oh my god.
Please.
Agonis these.
You fucking had
Yeah.
to.
Oh my god.
14. Oh, I'm assuming that's history.
Yeah. Or
Yeah, okay,
religion, it
14.
would be fine. Yeah.
17.
You recognize Agonis as people who a realm for people who died without honor. It's sort of a
Anti-Valhalla.
yeah, exactly, and generally the only people that end up there are people who are cowards who run away from a fight, or people like mercenaries who kill without reason, or people who are honorless, basically. Um, they end up in Agonis in the underworld for various reasons. But in this case, there are other rumors of the sort of servitors of Agonis dragging people in to fight in the arenas. The realm itself is just an expanse of sort of gladiatorial spaces where these damned souls are just put up to fight and constantly die and revive in these arenas over and over again for the rest of their eternity.
I'm pretty sure I watched an anime like this.
Right?
I guess Tacitus will say, if everyone that was on the ship was either killed or brought to Agonis, then that means that anyone that whose body we can't find up here that we saw before we left, or when we first got thrown into that other realm, would they all be in Agonis?
Possibly. Lily, you said you saw some of it. Did you see Ripley?
Ripley Vance.
Yes.
No.
I
We
mean,
know what realm we were in earlier.
we had a hint of an idea.
You believe that you were in Phileas. Or Phileas.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Another realm of
Okay.
the underworld.
Gideon and I haven't found any sign of Ripley among the crew who were chained to the sides of the deck.
No.
I didn't see Ripley on Galen's ship either.
You did not.
We can only assume they were taken to the goddess.
We can continue hauling bodies up off the side to check who's there, but
Gideon
Speaking,
sort of speaks up and says, if our crew members are there, if my people are there, I want to go help them.
I am of a similar mind.
I think we should also take a rest.
we should not head out now.
Correct.
We
There's
have definitely been running on a lot of adrenaline.
time flows in strange ways, it appears. So I don't think rushing would do us any favors anyways.
Gideon nods. I could use a rest. But then we should prepare.
Yes.
Well, while we do so, I think once we pull up the bodies that are hanging from the chains, I'd like to also perhaps burn the bodies that are infected with the parasites, just in case.
We should do that before anything else. I don't like the idea of tempting whatever it was that corrupted him.
I am of a similar mind, although it didn't seem like it was progressing at all when I had seen it.
Who knows if that will change, though, in the coming hours.
Gideon agrees. Yes, we should dispose of the bodies as soon as possible and then rest.
Owen gives a solemn nod.
Chris was going to say something.
What's that?
I think Kirks was going to say something.
Kirks?
Oh, I was going to say is yes, we should definitely prepare. I am personally very badly out of spells to be thrown around anymore. Even though time is quote unquote an essence, that place is designed that if they are fighting in that arena, they are not going to die permanently. That is their version of torture to people that they consider are cowards.
Some of them might be enjoying it.
Who knows? Someone might go mad with bloodthirst and start killing. I don't know, but chances are, if they got dragged down there, they're going to probably still be alive, or at least terms what's living.
Dark thoughts.
I'll guide you
Um,
all to where I found those bodies, the ones with the parasites. I've memorized their locations.
I'd say let's call it there for the night.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place to pause things. What did you want to do?
Yeah.
Something else, Kirks?
I was just going to mention the fact that there's a cleric still alive nearby.
Oh, we should probably talk about that, maybe?
Yeah, Bosma. You can definitely, get him together. You can organize the survivors, and I'd say with the ending of the session, you can organize the survivors, sort of gather everybody at the captain's quarters. Do your best to gather and dispose of the bodies, and then rest for a time as the Theros sails towards an unknown destination prior to next session, where I assume we'll be delving into Agonis.
This is finally a long rest.
This is a long rest. Yes.
Oh my god. Thank the Lord.
Before I'm forced to wait a whole week, at least the bodies that are on the deck up here, do I recognize any of them?
No, you do not.
Good.
Do I?
No.
Actually, maybe that'd be easy. Do any of us?
Yeah, no. There's no faces aside from the ones that I mentioned earlier that anybody recognizes that are deceased among the either anybody that was chained to the hull or anybody that was on the ship. You don't find anybody that you know.
Well, I guess we'll find out more next time.
Yeah.
On Dragon Ball Z.
Any questions?
No, I was gonna make a comment like camera pans out, shows a few survivors, all the undead, cue the Walking Dead theme song.
The Full House theme starts playing.
So
It
I
is-
think I should be good for the 17th.
Okay, so we'll rotate back to Saturdays.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
so I'm
good for
gone all the way until the 16th.
Okay. So I'll mark it down for 17th. 7. We're still good for 7?
Mm-hmm.
That should be okay.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions about the session? Anything for note purposes? I love that we like it was quite a ride tonight. We had Briar's intro, which revealed some new things. We had a giant crab. Like Crix likes to transform into giant creatures and climb things. It's
Yes, that's what we've learned.
Well, to be fair, the first creature wasn't me.
It wasn't
that
you,
was
true.
someone else.
true.
Giant ally crab battle.
Look, I was going through like the page of like creatures that could polymorph into, and then I found one that was like 2 new creatures that are CR8s that can be battled against the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I was like, oh, what are these? The other one I will be saving for later at some point.
Oh, wonderful! Can't wait to see what that is.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's very fun.
The
Was
crab.
this your trump card that you were holding off on that you almost used on the skeleton?
Yeah, that was the trump card, was to be the giant crab.
It was the perfect counter to the Planetar because he had like 5 abilities that like affect the status effects. Like he could paralyze and things like that, and your crab was
That was
had
that was
immunities.
completely accidental too.
just like pure Lux transformed into the absolute natural enemy of that thing.
Yeah, you resisted
It's beautiful.
literally everything that he could do. So all he could do was hack at you.
All I can say is like, if he had Charmy, that would have been just nasty.
That would have been hell on earth. Yeah.
Another session of me having petty arguments with the dark
Swords.
being of my sword.
Well, I mean, that's all coming to a point. So,
Better be ready to make a choice.
we did move the needle a little bit, but
yeah, you almost gave in to Oath.
yeah.
I mean, at this point, is Pasha still gonna want to work with you?
Who knows? Elwyn is of the mind right now that he would prefer to pact with whichever of the two is more powerful, but he doesn't want to take either of their word for it. He wants them to fight it out.
I mean, you started off with Tasha, no?
I did start off with Pasha, although the reason as to why he made the pact with Pasha wasn't anything like he's not
They're
super
not
attached
best
to
friends.
Pasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took it out of convenience, really.
Very neat.
It's sort of like a
Very
symbiotic thing with pacts. Like
Nice.
the genie gets a thing, and the person it pacted with gets a thing. It's like it's an interesting dynamic, I think.
But Owen just doesn't want to be forced to play their games. He's like, if I'm gonna do this, it's gonna be on my own terms.
Yeah, and I mean, you're
He's
still kind of
stubborn.
so far. You've taken oath at face value. You don't really know much about oath.
No, hard to find out any information about.
Aside from this was this cursed object that you found in the the old captain's chambers, basically, and
It did call to me,
it did call to you. Yeah.
and whatever he's
So-
saying is hard to tell if he's telling the truth. But
Did you plan for us to fight our way out of the tower?
No. Nope. No, not at all.
You
It was just the fact that you hit
mean
a hard.
Tacitus punching
Yeah.
a guy through a wall?
Punching a
The
child.
queen.
A child.
Yeah.
Not well, the appearance of a child, but yes.
Yeah.
It was just
It's
the
like when
severity of
you,
the hit that did it. Otherwise, you would have still been trapped in there with it.
It's
Yeah.
like when you're in a maze, but instead of like doing the maze, you knock the walls down. Put a hole through the wall and walk out of the maze that way.
Yep.
That,
Yep.
yeah. I mean, if we weren't going to get out of there, that was the moment I was going to do the crap too. Oh, this
Fair,
thing's
yeah.
alive? Let me just rip it apart from the inside.
To be fair, like if you guys hadn't found your way out, you would have been repeating yourselves in that place for God knows how many sessions. Like I would have let it kept going.
That flood was about
Yeah.
to hit again.
I would have let it kept going and going.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm probably Glass's character would have just landed in there.
Joined us in our loop forever.
Yeah.
I would have found
Cool,
a
guess-
different way. Yeah, a different way to intro.
Yeah.
But
Guess we're gonna fucking climb up this mountain because that's the best idea we had next.
I was ready. I was ready to go. Ready to fucking
which was
climb the
which was a
mountain.
potential route. There was things there. There was a little more than a dozen like other scenarios that you could have encountered in that realm.
Oh my gosh. I was
Fun.
ready. I was ready to climb the mountain.
I was
hope
prepped for loops.
I mean,
one's
we
supposed
did
to be
climb
my-
something.
You did.
we did.
True. Yeah.
It's true. I would like
More
Splish to be
vertical.
my companion forever. That's what
Yeah, I
just want
enjoy
Splish
the
to
amount
follow
of
me around.
companions that are thrown into these campaigns.
I love certain types of characters.
Splish and I are friends now. We are bonded.
There's more to them than meets the eye, for sure.
Yeah, me and Harold are good friends now.
You and Harold, yeah.
Yeah, that's a familiar. Uh-huh. I'm sad for Dead Rose.